please, we will be getting started here right now. So please do take a seat, say hello to the neighbor next to you, get to know people, and get talking today. So welcome to the SUMERNET Annual Research and Policy Forum. My name is Hermes Huang. I will be your MC, host, facilitator today, depending on the session. I'm one of the co-founders and managing partners at Insight Pact, which is a facilitation organization focusing on transforming complex conversations into collective action. So I will not be talking too much today. I want to make sure that we are getting straight into the conversations, the sharing, in order to pull out all of your knowledge about the region today. I do have a couple of notes, however, just to give reminders about the way that we will be interacting today. So today is a hybrid event, which means that you are joined today by people online. And so it's great to just keep that in mind, that all the interactions that we're asking you to participate in today, we will be asking the same of the people online. So those QR codes that you see on your table to answer a survey, to input a question, these will also be contributed to by our participants online. When we get to session 4 today and you will be in your breakouts, the same breakout will be happening online at the same time. So you are joined in full interaction today by those of us online. And with that, also a big hello to those of us joining today on Zoom. In addition to that, we do have a quick update to the agenda. We noted in the agenda that we will be taking a group photo during the first coffee break. We will actually be doing that after the opening session, after Sushmita's presentation today. So just to give you a little bit of a heads up. And finally, interpretation. We are having interpretation today in English, Thai, and Vietnamese. If you have not yet picked up your headset, please do so. Everyone will need one, even if you are understanding English. If you would like to contribute remarks or a question today in Thai or Vietnamese or English, please state which language, if you are speaking in Thai or Vietnamese. For example, I will be speaking in Thai before you begin so that our interpreters can clearly switch over and make sure that everyone in the room is fully participating. In addition to that, because we have interpretation today, please do remember the best that you can to speak as clearly and steadily as possible today so that our interpreters are able to ensure that everyone can participate and contribute their experiences. With that, you're always welcome to ask any member of our team for support if you do need some help today. But without further ado, we will move on to our welcome and opening remarks today. So, if I may welcome to the podium, we are starting today with Dr. Surasi Kittimonton, Secretary General, Office of National Water Resources of Thailand. Dr. Kittimonton, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and participants from both public and private sectors. First of all, I would like to thank the SUMERNET Steering Committee, the Secretariat host at the Stockholm Environment Institute, and the Embassy of Sweden for inviting ONWR to this forum. Since our establishment 5 years ago and now entering the 6th year, ONWR is a regulatory agency collaborating with more than 40 water-related organizations nationwide. Further, ONWR is a leading organization of water sector in many initiatives, such as the Mekong River Commission, Mekong Lan Chang Cooperation, ASEAN, or even the ACMEX, as our missions also cover the transboundary management, leveraging Nexus for transboundary cooperation in the Lan Chang Mekong regions. As the theme of today's forum is being highly related to our roles and under our responsibilities at the heart of the international water cooperation in the Mekong Lan Chang Basin. We recognize the importance of water governance, including water resources management of the Mekong Lan Chang River, and the cooperation among recipients countries to reach regional sustainable development. Every country is now facing with uncertainties and challenges in water management, including increased demand from industrialization, urbanization, economic and population growth. Climate change is also intensifying the water cycle, which leads to increasing the frequency and intensity of many extreme water events. These challenges reflect the need to incorporate and leverage Nexus approach, water, energy, food, and ecosystem security into the regional transboundary management, ONWR, as the main water agency in Thailand. Would like to highlight the importance of data and information sharing based on mutual benefit between 6 countries in the Mekong Lan Chang Basin, as we believe that this will drive cross-border knowledge transfer, greater operational efficiency, and enhance access to cutting-edge water management. We also underlie a practical transfer of policy into dynamic implementation, enhancing the cross-sector engagement and deepening cooperation between national and regional institutions. We believe in the power of innovation and knowledge sharing to leverage Nexus for transboundary cooperation in the Lan Chang Mekong region. This forum will pave the way for a good start in promoting technology, innovation, and application, as well as structure program to assist governments, business, and also stakeholder insight and across the region to achieve sustainable water resources management. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Mekong Lan Chang River is the lifeline of our people and needs to be sustainably developed in order for inclusive growth in the region. We share the water, we share the river. I hope that this forum will serve as a platform for sharing knowledge and experience on the Nexus approach to addressing water, food, energy, and ecosystem security, tracking climate change for resilience, and benefiting the well-being of people in the Mekong Lan Chang region. Finally, I wish you a successful forum and productive outcomes. Thank you.
Dr. Kittimonton, thank you so much for your opening remarks. We'll go on and move on to Dr. Aaron Zink, First Secretary, Senior Research Advisor for the Development Cooperation Section at the Embassy of Sweden in Thailand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join Dr. Surasi Kittimonton and Professor Shantana Wankeo in giving these opening and welcoming remarks. I'd like to thank Dr. Chayanis at SUMERNET and Niall and all the colleagues at SCI for inviting the Embassy of Sweden and for me to join in giving these welcoming remarks this morning. I'd like to also acknowledge all the people here in the room and people joining us online. It's very exciting to see a full room with people ready to engage in discussion and debate and forward thinking. And I see that we have many representatives from government agencies, from intergovernmental organizations, from NGOs, from researchers, civil society, and also media, and also private enterprise. I think that this is a great convening of minds today. On behalf of the Embassy of Sweden and the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, I would like to welcome you all to this day of meetings and discussion. For SIDA and for Sweden, our role here is we are a longtime supporter of the Sustainable Mekong Research Network, which is hosting the meetings today. We believe that researchers embedded in local contexts, advising and cooperating and co-producing knowledge with other actors, that this is the way to achieve sustainable long-term development that is inclusive and more equal. And that is why we are such a proud partner to SUMERNET and to SCI for almost 18 years now, at least. I'm looking to Niall to check if I'm correct. Keep it coming. I think that, I mean, through our collective engagement today, we have an opportunity to influence the kinds of development that take place in the future. And I would like to agree with Dr. Surasi that innovation and knowledge sharing are certainly at the heart of what needs to be done as we go forward. And especially to recognize that solutions to sustainable development problems, that they come from the people that are most closely engaged with those problems and with those resources. And that's why it's so exciting to see all of you here today ready to discuss. And it's why it's so exciting for us as an embassy and as a development cooperation agency to support this kind of regional initiative to work with the Mekong and Lancang River basins. So I would like to be brief and just say welcome, and I wish you all very productive discussions. And the bar is quite high today because yesterday I had the opportunity to join other SUMERNET meetings where many of the researchers in the room here were discussing their ongoing projects related to water resources management, both from technical and social science perspectives. And that experience was very important for me to learn of all the good work you're doing. And I know that there are lots of lessons that we discussed yesterday that will be very relevant to bring up and discuss in this larger forum today. So please encourage you to engage with each other, engage with us and my colleagues that are here from the Embassy of Sweden, and looking forward to today's discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zink. Next, and our final speaker for the opening session today, we have Professor Dr. Chantana Wongeo, Chairperson of SUMERNET Steering Committee and Part Chulalongkorn University.
Good morning. I'm short. สวัสดีครับทุกคน members of the SUMERNET, distinguished participants, representative from international and regional organizations. On behalf of the SUMERNET Steering Committee, I would like to welcome you to the annual Research and Policy Forum. This year, we will address the leveraging Nexus for transboundary cooperation in the Lancang Mekong region. Step up. Yeah. First, I would like to reiterate why SUMERNET, this research network intends to improve policies and practices in reducing water insecurity by conducting collaborative research, engaging in policy process, and promoting scientifically sound research and innovation, while considering gender and social equality, human rights, conflict-sensitive, environmental integrity, and poverty reduction in the Mekong region. We hope this will lead to reduced water insecurities for all, in particular, poor, marginalized, and socially vulnerable men and women in the Mekong region. Our annual meeting started yesterday by sharing key findings from the ongoing research with our collaborative boundary partners. We discussed a number of relevant topics, namely emerging trends on groundwater governance, water access and quality, water and energy and food, water in agriculture, and climate change. I have witnessed that co-creation of knowledge is taking place. In the breakout group I participated in some instances, there is still discrepancy in understanding the vulnerability of water insecurity and the way to overcome it among stakeholders and the general public, resulting in a mismatch of investment in water infrastructure. The bottleneck in policy change is still around the same old problem of bureaucratic structure, particularly its silo division of functions. Most research projects have incorporated a deliberative platform as well as channels of communication to find an acceptable alternative and a common solution. The discussion among the SUMERNET members yesterday also pointed to the coming trend that we need to see clearer the transition to sustainability. The transition calls for innovation, particularly social and institutional innovation, which needs to be inclusive and participatory. Today is the highlight of our annual meeting. Water, food, energy nexus has been recognized sometime already. It is time to leverage and put it into the ecosystem. So I would like to invite all participants to be very energetic and active in this forum. Finally, on behalf of SUMERNET Steering Committee and the network, I would like to extend our great appreciation to CEDA and Stockholm Environmental Institute for the generous and continuing support. This annual meeting wouldn't be possible without the hardworking researchers and the smart secretariat of SUMERNET. The secretariat has put a lot of effort to make this even smooth and meaningful. Thanks also to the participants and friends for following the SUMERNET mission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wan Gao. With that, we are going to go ahead and move into the next section of the opening. So I'm going to invite Ms. Sushmita Mandal to present an introduction to SUMERNET.
Good morning, everyone, as we set up the slides. Thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome again to the Research and Policy Forum on which we are right now speaking about. So before we go on to the Research and Policy Forum, I wanted to quickly give all of us a brief introduction on SUMERNET and what are we going to be talking about today during this forum. So to start off with, very briefly, SUMERNET has been around since 2005, and this is actually the fourth phase of SUMERNET that we are into, where we are mostly looking at building capacities, inclusive and diverse membership that we are looking at, and looking at how can we improve on water insecurity issues as we go forward. This has been mostly supported by the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, and the Stockholm Environment Institute houses the secretariat for this network. As I mentioned, we have a membership of about 500 members from around the region. And as you see, it's been a very diverse and a very inclusive network that we are all part of. We are governed by what is called the SUMERNET Steering Committee. And the members of this steering committee the online participants, are you also interacting on the poll?
For those of you joining us online, I know you can hear me. Please feel free to also participate.
So the maximum participants seem to be researchers in this forum. We do have a few who are, okay, so we moved on to the second question on what is your level of awareness or understanding on the Nexus approach. This is on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is very good. You really understand what Nexus is and what needs to be done. And on the scale 1 is you probably have no idea. Please feel free to mention where you stand. Let's see how we go about this. You're almost at 50% who have a so-so understanding of the Nexus approach. So that's good to know, and that's where I think as we move into the presentation, can I have the last slide of the, yeah. Yeah, so this is where, having understood what the Nexus approach is about, we are really now going to be hoping that the reason we chose the Nexus approach as a theme for this forum was we saw it as an important way of taking forward some of the ideas and some of the work that has already happened. Not saying that Nexus has not been addressed in the region, and that is why some of the objectives of this forum are going to look at to understand or assess what is the level of knowledge or what has been so far done in the Lanchang Mekong region when it comes to looking at Nexus. The second aspect is what are the insights that several of you may have been part of and have for us to offer in terms of understanding how do we go ahead from here when we are looking at the Nexus approach. Are there any gaps that we would like to address, be it in terms of research or in terms of policy? And can Nexus actually help us take forward transboundary cooperation? Because that's something that we all would, as part of the regional forum, want to also discuss. So the panels that will be there will address some of these questions. We do have a breakout session post-lunch where we would expect a lot of you to also feed into some of these information. And we have questions on the table to start. We did send out a survey early on for you to already do some thinking around it. And we are hoping that several of you can be in those breakout sessions, also speak more about how do we take this forward. So with that, I start off the forum for all of us. And as we transition into the second panel, before that, as we discussed, we would like to have a group photo with all of us. And I think we move to the back of, to my right on the back, where we take the group photo and then we will transition into the session 2, which is the first panel for this forum. Thank you so much.
I think in order to facilitate the photo, we'll actually have you remain seated because we do have a lot of people here in the room. So we'll go ahead and take it from a couple of different angles together as a group so that we're not crowding together into one small space more than we already are. So if we can get our photographer up here from the front, we'll go ahead and take a group photo from a couple of different angles so that we can get everyone together.
Hello, hi everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first part of our meeting. Thanks for your patience. We know it was a little bit hard with the sound. And in order to be in the picture, in the photo, if you would like,
take a photo from over here first. So everyone's going to stay in the same place and we're going to have the photographer move around. So
I invite you also, if you can, to turn on your cameras. Thank you.
I understand. All right, then we will have everyone stand up similar to yesterday. We'll move into this corner for the group photo. Okay, yes, please. So we will have everyone move into this corner for the group photo, which we'll take right now.
Saying the Nexus approach, what is it, the Nexus approach? It's really about the interactions between water, food, energy, and ecosystems. I guess if I had used that early on, maybe a lot more people would have said, yes, we do understand what the Nexus approach is about. So to just remind all of us again, to all of us again, that yes, the Nexus approach, we're really looking at these interconnections. How are they interconnected? How do they relate to each other? Are they impacting positively or negatively on each other? Those are going to be the aspects that we are going to be talking during this day's forum that we are in. So moving on to the second panel, the first panel, sorry, second session, we're going to be revisiting what this interconnections mean and how do we approach them. And to do that, I'm going to, first of all, get on stage the panelists who are there in person here. So may I call upon Dr. Erin Zing, the Senior Research Advisor, Embassy of Sweden. Can we have a round of applause? Ms. Karen Delfort. She is also a PhD candidate and lecturer at the University of Toulouse and has been working on issues of nexus and interconnections across the region. Mr. Stefano Zenobi from the WWF Mekong for Future Initiative. And we have Professor Li Hao from the Hubei Economics University, and he's joining us online. So if we could spotlight him. So to get us started and to get us engaged in this conversation, we have Dr. Louis Lebel, and he will be setting the context for us. He's been linked with the SUMERNET network for a very long time. He's been our advisor, a research advisor for the theme in this phase. And he's also done a lot of work around Nexus in the last several years. So we wanted him to set the stage for us where he could talk a little bit about what have been the achievements of the Nexus approach, what has worked, what hasn't worked. So over to you, Dr. Lebel.
Apologize for not being there in person, and I'm sorry if my voice is a little bit weak. There's some health-related reasons for both of those things. I'm going to look at...
In the meantime, could you actually also make your screen full screen in your PowerPoint? You can do that by clicking on the Present Now button on the bottom right of your screen.
How's that?
Thank you very much. And just give us a moment and we'll give you a cue. Oh, please, Dr. Lebel, please go ahead.
Thank you for your help. Okay, is the sound all right? I'm sorry, my voice is a little bit low. And please let
Sorry
me
about
know.
that, Dr. Lebel. Please give us a moment. And to those of you joining us in person, thank you for your patience. We'll get this figured out in just a moment here.
Just let me know when I should start, please.
Well, please go ahead.
So Nexus approaches, as Dushmita pointed out, focus on the interactions, the intersections, and they're therefore important in the cases where the silo approach really misses some important factors. So a common version of the nexus is the water, food, energy nexus. It's about interacting insecurities. The argument for paying attention to this by experts and by experts trying to influence policy is that these systems are interconnected. That water is growing scarcer, maybe because of climate change, but also because demand for multiple uses and demand for food and energy continues to rise. And there's an expectation that there'll be more interactions in the future. And the solution would be to manage these resources in a more integrated way. Sorry, this slide doesn't seem to be responding. Which or whose nexus? Dushmita made it sound like there's only one. But in practice, if you look at the research over the last decade and the efforts to influence policy over the last decade, quite a lot of their efforts relate to resource insecurities, some to economic sectors, some to particular policy domains. And some are more from a systems perspective and quite complicated. So we have water, energy, food as a common WEF plus when they some people add ecosystems, add nature, add the environment, add climate. But it's WEF where most of the work has been done so far. But even you have dimensions, there's also levels. You can do some of the study at the level of international cooperation between China and the lower Mekong countries. We can be talking about at the national level. We can be talking at subnational regions or even individual projects. You could be talking about nexus interactions. Nexus ideas change as they travel and are used. They travel through expert and policy networks, and travel through them, it doesn't mean that the experts and policy support them or are against them, but they do share knowledge. There's been a lot of sharing of knowledge. Ideas can be presented as technical arguments, or technical arguments of trying to look for win-wins to optimize synergies, for example, identify trade-offs. But they're also, we found, presented by narratives or policy stories to try to influence uptake of nexus thinking. Planners and policymakers often, even if one particular message gets pushed by a group, planners and policymakers often include significant translation and reinterpretation of what they mean by nexus, often bringing it back closer to business as usual. Nexus narratives, it turns out, are used to both support and oppose hydropower development, irrigation, and biofuel development, all areas rich with interactions between water, energy, and food systems. The influence of nexus approach in the Mekong region, policy and planning, has been pretty modest. If you look around at the international organizations, going back even 10 years ago, they're already widely adopted and discussed. And foreign experts working in the Mekong region often do too. But if you look at the actual legislation, policy planning documents of Thailand, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, Cambodia, it's very modest mentions here and there. It doesn't mean nobody pays attention to the nexus, but they're not thinking of and labeling their attention as nexus related. For researchers, better understanding of the nexus issues at different scales and lengths of different types is needed. So I've highlighted that there's a lot of different ways of defining the nexus. And I see, looking forward, I think researchers still will have some work to do to get people to help deal with the multi-level nature of interaction between water, energy, and food systems and ecosystems, if you include that as well. And that there's different kinds of interactions. So the next two slides are a little bit complicated. But I just want to give you a flavor of what I think is important next steps in making nexus ideas more operationable for policy and planning. One of them is dealing with the challenge of fit, the actual match between institutions and governance structures and processes with the scales of water, energy, and food system interactions. There are often very big gaps between the two, and so things don't work out. River basins don't fit governance structures, for example. There's also scalar strategies, in that some actors push things to bring it all down to the community level, and therefore maybe remove some important connections at higher levels that they cannot control, but which they're very greatly affected. Institutions working at the local level, international level, and national level may affect each other as well. The rules, the roles they impose on people. And there's also uncertainty in many of these things. As we discussed a lot yesterday, there's a lot of surprises, whether it's related to epidemic outbreaks, whether it's related to global recessions, whether it's related to particularly dry years, for example, and water scarcity, that affect these nexus interactions. That makes it a little bit challenging because the nexus will behave quite differently under different conditions. There's some big uncertainties. A nexus links different complexity. Some of them are about, for example, if you look at the pairs, is about the impacts of water resource development on energy, or water being allocated for food in agricultural sector. When some of the others are much more complicated. There may be triple freeway interactions. There may be a history of steps, as shown in the diagram for the Pakmun Dam case. There are also loops, so you get feedbacks, etc. The details are not important for this presentation, but it is important that when you're thinking about nexus links, you've got all sorts, some simple pair impacts, some chains of cause and effect, as well as loops with feedback. So in conclusion, I don't want to take too much time, but the nexus idea is still of interest to researchers and systems thinking policy planners in the Mekong region. But its influence on decisions is hard to demonstrate and may often be fairly limited when it comes to actual practices and policies implemented on the ground. It takes time, but also there are competing ideas out there. IWM has had a long history, and some people who aren't in the water sector look at WEF Nexus approaches as just a recycled IWRM, for example. So there's important work to be done by researchers to help make Nexus type thinking more useful for policy and planning. Thank you. That was all I wanted to say. I hope it was loud enough. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Lebel, for your important contributions to setting the stage for discussions on what are we looking at, what has already been done. Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you, Dr. Lebel, for letting us know what has so far happened with the Nexus approach and how do we go on ahead from here. It's around for about a decade and a half. We have been talking about interconnections between the different resources. As you mentioned, there's been focus on how do we bring the systems approach to then addressing the challenges that we face, be it in the context of resource governance or in the larger context of even policy making when we are talking about it. So moving on from here, if there are any specific questions, I would like to open the floor. If anybody has a question for Dr. Lebel or anyone among the panelists, if you would want to reflect on something that he's mentioned, or let me see if anybody wants to ask a question. Are there people online who have any questions? Okay, you would like to ask a question?
The other thing I can suggest is we just collect the questions for all the panelists at the end.
I think it's on, yes. Thank you, Dr. Louis. I think there was a great short presentation of a very complex issue. And it just reminded me of some of the stories I've heard coming from SUMERNET in the last years and concrete examples of this nexus. And it reminded me of work that's been done on releasing water from hydroelectric dams and trying to build systems so that farmers downstream could make choices and plans and prepare for higher level waters at certain times. And this, I think that if I'm right, then if I understand you correctly, Dr. Level, this is a kind of nexus approach to trying to understand food production and hydroelectric power production at the same time, and how to manage both, to make compromises, but to find good results together. And I think we had many examples yesterday. I remember one group presenting on technologies for reducing water use in rice paddy in Cambodia and Vietnam, and there was a discussion there about policies for pricing water and conserving water. This is, of course, water management and food production together, trying to think of these things at the same time rather than as separate issues. And your presentation reminded me of many of the good examples, I think, that are coming out of SUMERNET in the last years. And so this was more of a comment, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Erin, for that quick response and your reflections from Dr. Lebel's presentation. Moving on to a discussion with all of you panelists and also Professor Lee Hao, who's online with us. I'd like to start off by asking each of you, what do you think, according to you, is the most pressing unresolved issue identified within the Nexus approach for implementation in the region? And I think I'll first welcome Professor Lee Hao to respond to that question.
Okay, thanks for the moderator. According to your question, I think two important issues we need to resolve to improve the Nexus approach in our research or policy making. The first one is to integrate management across the different water using sector. The second is to coordinate among multi-level governments. So let me talk about the first idea for the integrated management across different water using sector, because different sectors has their own interesting and objectives. Without an integrated managing institutional arrangements, they cannot cooperate and think of the interest of the whole river basin. Even more, when their interest and objectives are being contradiction, the water use activities from different sectors could do great harm each other. For example, when we, according to my experience, when the branch and the mainstream using the irrigation water for food production, they could do harm to the environment protection, because in the dry season, the river basin also needs some flow to constrain to protect the ecosystem. So I think the first one unresolved issue is to set up and integrate management across the different water using sector. And the second one is we need a coordination institution arrangement among or between the multi-level governments, because to implement Nexus approach, riparian countries from upstream should cooperation with the downstream countries, which need an international institution arrangement. And the resolution made by the international organization or arrangement among the states need to be introduced or put into force to the local level. And also the local level need some institutional arrangement to feedback their needs or wishes up to the provincial and then to the states and to the international organizations. So now, as I know, I think there are still many obstacles in these double direction procedures. So I hope in near future, we can build up this kind of coordination arrangement among the multi-level governments. Yeah, that's my response. Thank you, moderator. Sorry.
First of all, I'd like to just say thank you to
thank you.
the opportunity to be on this panel, and also congratulations to all the projects I learned about yesterday. We're all doing quite important work in this area. I'd like to thank my colleague also for his very astute operational perspectives, which are quite different than mine, which are a little bit more theoretical in a sense and big picture. The first most pressing unresolved issue that came up for me was this clash between the dominant discourses or the narratives, as Dr. Lewis was speaking about, and with Nexus or IWRM, or even with principles of environmental law, we have participation. That's not really what we want to do. We want engagement. We want to move towards inclusive systems for co-creation. But at the same time, we're operating in a very strong power distance relationship. There's a strong sense of hierarchy in the region that prohibits us from realizing this discourse or this narrative. And I feel like that's a real, it's a real challenge for us between the dominant discourse and the reality of the situation, the operational reality, which was just discussed and described. Also, we need to make sense of all levels of governance. And again, this is what Dr. Lewis had mentioned, but from my perspective, it's about nature-based solutions, the World Commission on Dams, but at the same time, we have the unstoppable machine of economic growth and development. How do you reconcile those two narratives and those two differences? It's a real challenge for us. We also have a multi-scalar understanding of the networks, and we really need communication and dialogue at different levels at all of these scales in order to be effective in moving forward towards this vision of Nexus that's being proposed. The second main point in terms of difficulty of achieving Nexus is the power relationships that exist. We tend to overlook them. It's difficult to address power relationships and to understand them and to work with them in our projects. How can we do that better? How can we grapple with them? And then also, I think there's a need to move past the wow, it's a word I write all the time, but don't say very often. It's interesting. Materiality, is that correct? The material of our resources, quote unquote resources, towards more than material resources. How do we think about rules, not just being as these decisions that come, but as these intertwined systems of power, relationships? How do we make sense of this in order to move past the current predicament? Then also, I think we need to move past the Nexus in a sense towards complex systems. I think there's an opportunity for many of us, particularly practitioners and researchers, to engage with the Nexus as a complex system where we've talked about mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. And maybe we need to talk about preparing for failing systems. I think we're getting to that point, especially in this area where we're seeing these tremendous fluctuations in terms of precipitation, flooding, and also drought. So inequity of water resources geographically and also socially. We need to address this, maybe with a different narrative that is aligned with what we're seeing. So overall, again, just to wrap up, as researchers and practitioners, I would like to encourage that we move towards system thinking approaches that encompass both materiality and more than material approaches as a multidimensional, multi-scalar network of interaction. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Would you like to go, Stefano, to share any specific points on what do you think remains unresolved in the context of Nexus?
Thank you. And I would agree with Karen. I think she touched already on a lot of points that I would have liked to make. I think there is something that I want to add as a practitioner. We are looking at complex systems, complex dynamics, and so on. And very often when see that we analyze the situations, the different issues that we face, we tend to oversimplify certain groups and certain dynamics. And unfortunately, that eventually goes back to how decisions are made and what decisions are made. The Nexus approach, I think, shows the interconnections, but it is important, I think, to also recognize that certain decisions favors certain actors and groups more than others, certain parts of the system more than others. And if we don't achieve that level of granularity when we analyze, address the system, eventually we'll always have some parts that sometimes don't really get recognized, that will have demand that goes unmet, or they will eventually not benefit as much as others. And that eventually will drive the system towards a certain equilibrium that will not be able to be moved later on. And we'll find ourselves locked into a system when it's too late. To conclude, I think it's really important to bring together a very good understanding of these different dimensions and these different groups, but also how governance systems can actually look at all of these and incorporate them into decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Erin, if you would like to say anything specific besides the points that have already been made.
Yeah, thank you. Much has been said, and I agree with what's been said thus far. I think, I mean, if you ask us as CEDA or the embassy, what are the most important problems? I think our answer is that we rely on you, and we rely on all of you in the room here to tell us what are the most pressing problems, and that's why we partner with organizations like SUMERNET and MRC and ADB and Forum Asia and all kinds of organizations, because we think that not only do we share certain goals and values, but we also learn a lot from our work together with you, and so in a sense I can't answer the question specifically, or it doesn't make sense for me to answer for you what the most pressing problems are, because I think that they are quite obvious to you, but I do want to maybe follow on what was said earlier and say that something that we do see as a pressing problem is this, that there are sort of individual actors and institutionalized routines of favoring a short-term economic growth for short-term gain above and beyond choices that would lead to more ecological sustainability, human well-being, and peace in the region. But these things, they're individuals that make choices, but it's also, I think, as Louis was discussing, I mean, it's institutionalized as well, and so this is we see as a incredibly important problem, and we see that this trajectory towards unsustainable use of natural resources, including the resources of the Mekong-Langchang river basin, that the trajectory is actually cataclysmic, and I think that we all see that actually when we look at what's happening to the resource base and to the people that depend on those resources. So we see the biggest problem probably is that there are not more voices being heard that can channel a momentum that would do something to change this trajectory, to shift this trajectory. And we see the really important problem is that to have more actors and voices looking at the nexus and thinking about how we can prioritize a little bit longer term well-being and economic and sustainable growth and development.
Thank you. Thank you. That's been quite interesting that all of you are referring to the need for a more systems approach to addressing some of the challenges that we are facing in the Lancang Mekong region. And how do we make this, how do we look at this on the long term rather than on the short term? And within that, looking at power hierarchies, looking at how do all these different actors can come together, because the trade-offs need to be addressed if we really want to build on the Nexus approach, if we really want to build on those interconnections that are there. So moving on from this, I think what I would like to also hear from, if either of you or if Professor Lee Hao, who's online, wants to share anything related to, do you really think that who are the real stakeholders or who are relevant when we talk about the Nexus? Is it who should be implementing the Nexus approach?
Okay. As we know, the operation of hydropower station could impact food, energy, and ecosystem security. And along the mainstream of the Lancang Mekong River, there are several hydropower stations which have been built up, or are in construction or in planning. But according to my knowledge, until now, from the perspective of the whole river basin, the operation of the cascade hydropower stations does not consider the Nexus approach. Except the hydropower station in the Lancang upstream of the Lancang River, the hydropower station at the Mekong River seldom consider the flood prevention, drought relief. So I think there's no united forum or platform for discussing how to coordinate the electricity produced and transmitting aim to improve regional energy security. Also, there's no action took place to balancing the irrigation water needs from the reservoir or with other use. So I suggest to set up a platform or forum which could under the Lancang Mekong cooperation framework or other mechanism to focus on operation of hydropower stations at the mainstream or even at the major branch of the Mekong River. This kind of forum could highly improve the integrated level of food, water, energy, and ecosystem security at the whole Lancang Mekong River basin. So I think the company of the hydropower station, the local government, even the state government could be the stakeholders, even the organizers to be responsible for the Nexus approach of the whole Lancang Mekong River basin. Yeah, that's my speak.
That input. So what you're really talking about is how do we build in mechanisms by which there's coordination across different levels for the needs of the different sectors, because when we are talking about water, we're talking about the hydropower companies, the energy requirements of the region, but at the same time that water is also needed for irrigation purposes, which is the farmers who need that resource as well. And what we often do forget is that we need the water in the system for the biodiversity to be there, for the ecosystem to function the way it does function. And I think all these different sectors, how can that be brought together to then talk about where do we then come to a conclusion, or where do we see those different trade-offs being taken to ensure that everybody's needs are met to a certain extent without compromising on some of the needs. There will be some compromises made, I would imagine. But if any one of you here would like to reflect on anything specific, or we can move to specific questions that I have for each one of you. So Stefano, maybe taking on from that question around the centrality of why are ecosystems important, because WWF has been working on some of these issues. And if you could talk a little bit to that, that will be great.
Thank you. So yeah, maybe I can just get started with the ecosystems and maybe connect to some of the points that were just made. Ecosystem, and we have seen that in the diagram before, they are connecting across all the different dimensions, and they connect through multiple ways, and they are responsible for bringing the different loops and the different feedback between all the different systems and the different actors. This is quite important to keep them in mind in decision making. I think I'm not saying anything new. What I think is one of the things that will need to be addressed is that there is still, from what we see, some pockets of knowledge gaps, something that needs to be better understood. And there is also some knowledge, especially looking at local and traditional knowledge, that needs to be better incorporated. It's actually over there, but it doesn't get very much attention when decisions or plans are being made. In that regard, going back to what should be done, I think there is some theoretical systems, but now we need to dig deeper into more operational and implementational processes. We are looking as WWF and the project I'm currently on at the USAID Mekong for the Future, some specific processes and decision-making mechanism that can incorporate that. We're looking at, for example, and this is where the research can get in and be applied, both when, let's say, the rules of the game are being set, but also when they are being implemented. Strategic environmental assessments, transboundary impact assessment, free prior and informed consent as well. It is important to bring in local stakeholders as well in all these decisions. And if we need to put the ecosystems inside the system itself, it is important that we start to operationalize all the knowledge and the understanding that we have into these processes of decision making. I would conclude also saying that, going back to who should do that, I personally reflected on that question. I believe it's something that should be done by everyone, as I think we have discussed so far. But talking with some of our boundary partners, we see that there is a questions like, why should they even engage? And this comes most often by civil society groups, by local communities that have maybe invested quite a lot in the past and haven't seen very much recognition or their inputs to be taken into account. And I guess I would say two things to them, like, please do not disengage, because that's not gonna help moving this approach and this better governance and decision-making system forward, but also to the people and the decision maker to keep having them at the table, to keep having them into their mind and inviting them to forums and platforms as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think that's a good segue to the question I want to ask Karen from her experience on working around communities and co-creating knowledge with them. How do you see that the Nexus approach can be leveraged for communities, for marginalized communities? How do we bring them into the conversation? What kind of processes would work in that context? If you could reflect a little bit on that, that will be very helpful.
That's a great question. Thanks for bringing that up. I think we talk about stakeholder integration and we consider stakeholders as having different types of knowledge, as was just addressed. How do we make space for that different kind of knowledge to come into any decision-making process? It's been the heart of what I've been looking at for a couple of years. And I want to start by kind of defining what is knowledge co-creation, because we do use this term quite loosely, and there, particularly in water governance, even though this paper we're working on now should help clarify, there's not a firm definition for that. And I think we tend to take this sort of either or approach to knowledge integration, where we should take a both and approach. What do I mean by that? I mean, in a sense, knowledge co-creation is a holistic mechanism for different types of knowledge, divergent knowledge, to be able to come together without being tied. And this is critical to the project and risk logic. We operate with project risk logic all the time, whether there's hydropower development, whether there's a research project that we're trying to address. And knowledge co-creation allows us to step outside of that and create a space where we're widening our sense of understanding based on different contexts, different narratives, different mental models, different heuristics, to have a more encompassing space for knowledge to come together, for co-production, for example, to emerge with the risk logic model, risk project model. When there's a need, we can co-produce knowledge within a knowledge co-creation system. And that's sort of the definition and framework I'd like to put forward as knowledge co-creation. You know what, maybe knowledge co-creation isn't going to be immediate in terms of addressing these critical challenges that we're discussing. And maybe we have to be okay with that. But I think that knowledge co-creation provides a mechanism for the community to take a systems approach to the nexus, to understand what's really happening. What is the knowledge that exists within the community or within different layers of governance? How do we make that connection within a specific system? Where do these systems intersect? How do we think about them in a three-dimensional or different way? I think knowledge co-creation provides a starting point for that, a holistic starting point for that.
Thank you, Karen. Maybe I'll move to Professor Lee Howe before I come to Erin. And Professor Lee Howe, given your own experiences on transboundary water management, what opportunities do you think exist in the region to strengthen cooperation between nation states in this context of the Nexus approach?
Yes, thank you. Firstly, I think strengthen communication among Nanchang Mekong countries will be good opportunities to implement the Nexus approaches. I think the SUMERNET is a very good platform or forum to do this work also. So next year, I also cooperate with the SEI Asia to initiate another network named Nanchang Mekong Water Sector Youth Leadership Networks. This project have been funded by the Nanchang Mekong Cooperation Special Fund already. So next year we also want to expand our experts from not only from the Mekong countries, but also including from the China or other countries. So I think the communication is very important for us to strengthen the cooperation. This one. I think the second one is, also there's a good opportunities because now we had a Mekong River Commission, and also now we had the Nanchang Mekong Cooperation Framework initiated by Thailand and China. This framework included all 6 countries from Nanchang Mekong river basins. So I think the institution competition also is a very good opportunities to strengthen the cooperation because I think when the institution competition based on the problem solving instead of just complaining will help to improve the efficiency and effective of the Lancang Mekong cooperation. I just want to shortly respond to the moderator's question. You know, many people said, okay, when we need water for irrigation and we need water for the electricity producing or other using, this is kind of a zero-sum game. That means the trade-off. But I think we need to transfer this situation to the win-win game. You know, we can fully take advantage of the reservoirs or hydropower stations have been built up at the Lancang rivers. You know, the reservoirs in the Lancang rivers can help downstream countries to improve the water flow at the dry season and help to prevent the flood flow. So I think maybe we can. So that means we can. I think we can use these two institutions to improve the our Nexus approach. And the last one, I think the regional economic integration, such as pushed by the RCEP, can also help to improve the cooperation area and expand the cooperation potential among Lancang Mekong countries. The regional economic cooperation could make additional space for water using cooperation. That means when we talk about water using, we can beyond the aspect of the water using water itself. So, for example, the loss from the water and energy cooperation could be compensated from the trade in the goods market and the raw material market. So, the major thing of me, the opportunity comes from we can change from the zero-sum game to the win-win game in the whole Lancang Mekong River Basin. Yeah, thank you.
I can hear no sound.
Dr. Louis, are you speaking?
Okay.
Sound is back,
Okay.
but I've got my hand up.
Yeah, I will come back to you. So, Erin, go on and respond to that, and then we'll get to Louis.
Okay, so the question is how the Nexus approach influences our
Decision making, if at all.
Mm.
And if you see this as strengthening the SDGs going forward, does this have a role to play?
Okay, thank you for those two questions. Yes, maybe I want to start with some of the important things that
Sure.
Professor Li Hao just mentioned. And I think he mentioned communication and also achieving win-wins instead of zero-sum games. And I think that's those are very important points. But I think I would also like to expand them, that I think in order for a Nexus approach to be successful, that more groups have to be included in who can be part of this win-win, and we have to have greater communication between new groups of actors. And I think what SUMERNET is doing and other organizations are doing is very important, pushing researchers to sort of out of their comfort zone to work with policymakers or practitioners at the very beginning of their projects to try to understand how they can work together so they can produce and co-produce knowledge that has a greater chance to make an impact. And so I think that this sort of the role of researchers is very important, because they amplify voices that otherwise are unlikely to be heard. And I think it's also important the way SUMERNET is working with journalists to support journalists to report on issues that otherwise might be very difficult to report on because they challenge vested interests and they challenge this when it is a zero-sum game or when the win-win relationship is limited to a very few number of actors, then by engaging with these other groups, we can try to break this up and expand who can be part of the win of a Nexus approach to managing these resources. Then how do we use it at the embassy? I think that we do use a Nexus approach, but we use it by different words. And I think we have a bit of a different definition. One thing in our decision making, we receive funding from the government of Sweden. We should manage this funds according to a government strategy that prioritizes environment, climate change, human rights, gender equality, sustainable development, rule of law. And so our Nexus, I think, includes what you're discussing here today of agriculture and environment and energy and water, but it's also just as important, these rights aspects, these equalities, and the rule of law, because this is the way to expand who is a party to making decisions and also to benefiting from these resources that they belong to everyone. So that is, we call that our integrated approach. And then we also talk about working in clusters. And I think this meeting today is really exciting because when we talk about clusters, we think about how can Swedish support to research organizations, to think tanks, to intergovernmental organizations, to NGOs, to civil society organizations, how can these different organizations build synergies and find opportunities to work together? And since we are just an office, a small office of some 14 people that sit in another tower in Bangkok, we don't know the answer, but what we think is that through our support, we can try to create opportunities for these actors to meet and to discuss and think about how to further achieve their goals. And so that we talk about a kind of a cluster approach of trying to fund organizations and initiatives that also believe in these strategy goals that we have, but also have smart ways of working together. And that's why it's so very nice to see all of you here in the room today discussing the Nexus approach.
Thank you for that, because that's very useful for us to also know how the decisions are getting made when it comes to supporting some of these kind of initiatives. And there is value to doing some of this as we're talking about it. Professor Louis Lebel, you had a response, question, comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to come back in. After listening to the panelists respond to quite a few questions, I'm still quite worried. I feel that the Nexus is still like IWRM recycle. All the things Harley said about coordination, I think was many insightful, but it's about more than water. If it's not more than water, then what's the point? We can go back to IWRM. We haven't really heard, in planning for energy operations, planning for energy resources doesn't work on the same timescales as it does for water. Doesn't work on the same timescales as it does for agriculture. These things work on different timescales. They work on different spatial scales. So it's not surprising it's difficult to coordinate them. They involve different ministries, etc. But so I still just feel that we're still in IWRM mode, but way too much in IWRM mode. The second point is integration. It sounds so good. Coordination, it sounds so good. But you don't get there without politics. You don't get there without power. You don't get there without negotiation. You don't get there without deliberation. I don't think groups with very disparate interests. So I understand that coordination might be and collaboration are somewhat like goals, but you're going to get there. You're going to have to go through some important political processes. You can't avoid them. You can't have the experts design the system. You do need to bring in other people, other voices, and it's going to be a battle and a struggle. And don't expect it to be otherwise. So those are my two points. I feel we still have a long way to go to think of the Nexus as being something other than just water. And I think that with integration and coordination and all these good things, it sounds like politics is going to go away. It's no longer needed. And I don't think it's going to be like that at all. I think deliberation, I think avenues of dissent, being able to protest, being able to, in countries that are not necessarily democratic, creating space for people, other groups and people to speak out. There's a lot of work to be done, not just in the water sector, but in relation to energy planning, demand side management, food. Food is not just about crops; it's about fisheries and aquaculture as well. So I'll leave it there, but I come away feeling we've got a lot of work to do. Online, we have no sound, please.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, Professor Lee, how were you saying something?
No. I think coordination and integration also very difficult. But we should do something to improve to push forward it. Yeah, I think we sit together and also give out our idea. I think this is also a good start to do it now. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that quick point. Now, I was mentioning that what Dr. Louis Lebel mentioned, that while there has been a lot of initiatives that have been looking at how do we build on these interconnections, we're still not there, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And as we go forward into the sessions, the next few sessions, I think we will deliberate further on how we take this ahead from here. And Karen, if you had have a comment,
Two quick points I just wanted to bring up. I think the power issue, we cannot underscore the importance of it. And I think we need to shift the way that we think about power. We think about power as authority, decision-making authority. I'm stepping into the room. I'm the one who's driving this process. But how do we shift our understanding of power around concepts such as power with, or power to, or power within? I think we need to think about power in a more nuanced way as well. And co-creation of knowledge, I think, is a mechanism which brings people together to allow for those power dynamics to shift. I also want to touch really briefly on polycentric governance coming out of the SDGs, because we're not talking about the private sector right now. And I think they play a huge role. I think that there's opportunities. Some of my work is with water stewardship Asia Pacific for incremental pushes towards water stewardship. Again, it does take actually a Nexus approach, but it's through the water stewardship entry point, or even with Earthwatch, which is trying to work with the financial sector to bring different financing. The financial sector needs some real support in making this transformation. So let's not forget the private sector in that. And also the media. It's such a pleasure to have reporters here and to have the media part of this to help us as researchers and academics to think through messaging. How do we message about the Nexus to policymakers who are operating on these responsive timelines? I mean, I was watching the news with the US and they say, look, the Democrat or the Republicans weren't focused enough on the economic immediate issues that the people are facing. They were thinking about the bigger picture. And that's kind of what we're working with political cycles, immediate issues. How do we make this an immediate issue? How do we break it down to a point where there can be some movement with policymakers? And I think that there's a huge role for the media to support us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any one of you have any last concluding points? Thank you. Is there anything that any one of you feel you want to ask or you want to reflect on?
Okay, thank you. Was it me or Nels? Actually, so my contribution to the discussion is that we heard a lot of things that are being thrown out in the discussion around Nexus and so on, but we didn't really get into like how do you actually operationalize it in practice and research. I think for this, I like to contribute by actually maybe putting Louise on the spot, because Louise actually had done a lot of work with regards to knowledge co-production. And that's actually in the line of sustainability science literature, where we were talking about like how do you together to produce knowledge that would be considered to be salient, credible, and legitimate. I follow the trend in that research and actually apply that myself, and also to reiterate Louis' point that the space for co-production is really, really messy, and it's a lot of politics, and you do need to have a lot of skills in terms of negotiating. And actually, when you bring together everybody, it's nice to bring together everybody, but then of course, like there's a lot of politics involved in terms of identifying, first of all, like what is actually the problem. I think a lot of the time we are very much solution oriented. We already have the answer before we actually agree on what is the problem. And so through the sustainability science literature, then you would actually have to ask all the people that you brought together whether what they consider to be problem is really problem before. I think most of the time we already come to the problem with answers already, and it ended up just being a repeated cycle of same old, same old, same old, same old. So because you already have an answer before you even start the problem. So my contribution to this is that maybe we can look a little bit into the sustainability science literature, very much on co-production of knowledge. How do we actually, in the way that we bring everybody together to identify things that all of these people would consider to be salient, credible, and legitimate. And if you are interested in reading about all of these three concepts, I think you can ask Louis.
Okay, thanks for that. And thanks everybody for their insights into this. Kind of a comment on a question. One is we talk about coordinating and integrating. To do that properly, I suppose there needs to be honesty amongst all the partners that are doing it. And I think a lot of the time we don't find that true honesty when we are coordinating. There's always somebody having an angle for their own outcome. We need to be transparent in what we're doing, and we need to have proper inclusion. In many cases, we talk about gender, but we don't talk about proper inclusion. We don't talk about having the voices of the communities fully heard and fully integrated into all of the planning that is necessary. But one of the thoughts in the back of my head is that this is the Research to Policy Forum. There's a huge urgency to everything that we have to do. We are fighting the climate crisis that none of us ever expected to be as bad as it is, and it's getting worse. So with this urgency that we have, how do we work with the policy decision makers to provide the right science, the right evidence that you need to make decisions? And how do we do it in a way that is inclusive, that is bringing the voices of the communities at the coalface who are absolutely being decimated by the impacts of climate change across Asia and the world? How do we make politicians understand the urgency, the acceptance of the information, and not making a decision based on the next 3 years of your political career, but based on the lives of the people in the country? I think this is a critical issue we have to try and address. So if we're talking about research to policy, how do we work with the decision makers, the politicians, to support what you have to do? Because it is going to be broken down into these short cycles of 3 years, 5 years, whatever the electorate is. And that's not good enough to solve the crisis that we're facing. So any advice for us on that would be very welcomed.
Anybody?
Would you have anything to?
Maybe I can answer to Mel as a practitioner. I mean, I've been working in the region with WWF for almost a decade. I've seen a lot of different approaches, a lot of different ways. If you ask me, giving like a very honest answer, there are good principles, but there isn't like a solution that works all the time. And I think that's very trivial to say. But like, you know, you go and talk with policymakers, decision makers, they will all feed back in a different way. Sometimes you need to decide what's your objective. In some cases, you can make a change, to be honest, I think just by going by yourself and engaging with the people that are in power and can make decisions. Sometimes you need to think about how you can steer the power away or, you know, change the balance. And that's something like you can discuss with other stakeholders. I'm not sure what else can be done, to be honest. I think we need to be very transparent about all these dynamics that we have touched, and in many cases it's gonna be like very operational and implementational. You need to figure out once you talk with specific people, specific groups, and see how that work. And unfortunately, sometimes I think you gotta deal with untransparent processes, unclear relations, and you gotta get your hands into politics, is to say, and see how that goes from there. I don't think we can change much like these political cycles. I think that's something like we'll have to find a creative way to deal with them. Maybe.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to answer Louis' question, the question to Louis, but to you, Niall, I think I heard yesterday a bunch of really interesting presentations. I remember one colleague from Vietnam working on a SUMERNET project, and he spoke just to this issue, and I thought he said some really important things. It was the MDI project, I believe, and he was talking about how it's not about the researcher having a stronger voice, but it's about, through the research, trying to bring the voices of other groups to new forums, to a new level or a new place where they weren't before, and also about finding people that do have influence amongst the broader groups of people, and sort of convincing them that this is important and speaking to this issue, sort of bringing their influence. I think that's the kind of politics you're talking about too, that it's not politics like traditional politics, but it's addressing, bringing powerful voices forward. And he also made a really good point that it's going to be different in different places, in different counties or in different countries or in different regions, because the parameters are always different, and the culture and the history is always different. And yeah, I really appreciated those comments yesterday. I think that those kinds of ideas and people thinking in those ways around how to address change. But of course, as Louis said already, there's still so much work to be done, and we still haven't come very far. And when I say we, I'm thinking across all regions of the world, you find examples of where there's much that still has to be done.
Yeah, thanks. I guess that woke all of us up. So yeah, I mean, thank you for those inputs from all of you that has come in. And that's really where we are moving towards, that there is a lot of experience here in the room of the kind of research that you're doing, where you are really focusing, foregrounding, unpacking a lot of these interconnections. And I think in the afternoon session, we are going to deep dive into these questions further, and there'll be interesting findings that hopefully will come out of it, because all of you have been thinking about it, actually doing it, facing challenges, and these are challenges that will guide the future conversations as we go forward. But clearly what's really emerging is there is work to be done. There are all these complexities that still need to be addressed as we go forward. So with that, I think I'll come to the close of the second session, which was on revisiting where do we stand with these interconnections and what's happening. I hope all of you have enjoyed the conversation. We can engage more as we go forward. So let's break for coffee. And I think we reassemble here at 11 a.m. for after coffee. Coffee is just outside, and then we start the third session, which is panel 2. Thank you so much.
And our colleagues joining us from online. A bit of the fatigue that you're feeling today is definitely because your attention is being pushed to the people in person, to the people online. And so I just want to acknowledge that, because for many of you, this may be your first hybrid event as well. A quick reminder to everyone who is speaking today on the panel, and if you ask a question, to speak slowly and deliberately so that our interpreters can answer and translate all of the pieces today for everybody who needs that interpretation. Quickly to our online participants, you are very much encouraged to participate and enter your questions into the chat, and we will collate those and bring them to the floor as well. And for everybody here in person, you'll see those 3 QR codes on the table. You can scan the second QR code to enter questions at any time for the panel if you would not like to speak up later, but you can enter your questions into the second QR code on your table. Okay, without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this panel, Mr. Stefan Bösner, who is a research fellow and multi-stakeholder engagement officer with SUMERNET. Stefan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Hermes, for introducing me. Hello and welcome back. I hope you're energized by coffee, snacks, and other delicacies outside. It is a pleasure to host and to moderate this very distinguished panel about regional cooperation mechanisms that facilitate an effective Nexus approach to address water, energy, and food security in the Mekong region. So in the first session today, on the first 2 sessions, we talked a lot about challenges. We talked about the need to think really energy, water, food, and other sustainable development issues together. We talked about the issue of power and how we can share power more equally. We talked about institutions, about governance, which is important to facilitate a Nexus approach. We talked about research agendas, etc., etc. But we always focus a little bit on barriers. And this session, I hope, will focus a little bit more on the opportunities to cooperate more on Nexus issues, to facilitate cooperation, and one of the distinguished panelists mentioned to foster win-win situations and not zero-sum games. So really the objective of this session is to enhance the understanding of current efforts of different regional cooperation mechanisms and organizations that apply the Nexus approach in addressing water, energy, and food security issues, and also issues of the whole ecosystem health. So we really want to have a systematic approach, which was mentioned a couple of times during this session of past times today in the morning. The session is structured as follows. We have 5 distinguished experts on issues here in the Mekong region on energy, water, and food. We'll ask them 4 questions. The first question will be the most elaborate ones. We ask them to prepare either some slides or some thoughts on these questions. After each of these questions, I will give the floor to audience members here assembled in the auditorium and online to give some reflections, to ask questions. And really, I would like you to seize this opportunity. We want to hear from you because actually you are the experts here in the room. I'm certainly not. So we want to hear from you and your experience, how we can bridge these kind of capacity gaps and how we can bring energy, water, and food closer together and how we can cooperate. For this, we have assembled a very distinguished panel. And now, please, I want to present my excuses for butchering your names. I tried the best to pronounce your names correctly, but I'm sure I will be failing. So please, sincere apologies. First off, we have an online participant, which is Ms. Tong Yun Chen, an expert on Transboundary Water Cooperation at the Mekong Water Resource Cooperation Center. She will join us online, and we will kick off the session once I introduced all the other speakers with her. Second up on the lineup, so to speak, is Dr. John Dorr. He's lead advisor for the Mekong-Australia Partnership, works across many countries in the Southeast Asian region, and is also an honorary professor at the Australian National University. Third, we have Ms. Jiang Wang, or Tina, who is an international development expert who currently works as the head of department at the Mekong Institutes, where she and the Institute promote sustainable development, and indeed regional cooperation. And then we have a man of many hats, so to speak, many roles he fulfills, Dr. Wijan Simajaya. I just mentioned a few of your titles. You are the head of the Thai Environment Institute, the Secretary General of the Thailand Business Council for Sustainable Development, the President of the Thai Sustainable Consumption and Production Network. He has worked on many institutions in the UN, within ASEAN, was spearheading many regional policies, have benefited from his drive. So really fortunate to have him here as well. And then we have Chawi Wang Prasitiporn, an expert on water resources for more than 34 years, working at the Office of National Water Resources in Thailand. So I invite the panelists who are offline, present physically here, please get to the stage, and I would like to invite you to give them a round of applause. Much. And now, as promised, the first question. Each panelist will have roughly 5 minutes to give us his or her interpretation of the question. And we start, as I said, with our online participant. Hopefully, it will run smoothly. And the question also for the audience here in the room is, how do you apply the Nexus approach in your regional cooperation practice, work in practice? Please share some of examples of your successes in applying the Nexus and the key factors of this success. So please, without further ado, we are honored. Ms. Tong Yon Chen, please, the floor and the screen is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm very happy to join this special event and delighted to see you all. And to respond to this question, I think I will come from two aspects, namely the planning aspects and the action aspect. From this slide, you can see for Lantau Mekong Water Resources Cooperation, actually, we have a guiding document that is a 5-year action plan. It was joint formulated by the Water Department of the 6 member countries, and it was based on the common challenges and development of needs of the member countries. Focusing on 6 cooperation areas, the 5-year action plan is aiming at fulfilling the joint agreed objectives, which will facilitate the achievement of both the national strategies of member countries and the UN 2030 SDGs. Looking into the content of the 6 cooperation areas, you can see the security of water, food, energy, and related to ecosystem health can be found all taken into consideration. As is shown, water is at the core of our cooperation. All areas are undoubtedly related to water, including water resources conservation, integrated water resources management, hydropower and hydrological information sharing, etc. The security of food and energy related to ecosystem are taken care of throughout the water cooperation process, as is signed in different colors in the slides. To further clarify how the Nexus approach is applied in our cooperation, I think I'll take some examples of the pragmatic projects which are supported by the IMC Special Fund in the field of water resources. So the first example will be the Lantau Mekong Sweet Spring project. This project is aimed at addressing the water security and improving well-being and the quality of life in the basin. By the end of 2022, a bunch of water supply projects would be built in Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar. It will help the community to create a resilient community and addressing the environmental concern. Next, we come to the item dams. You can see that the primary purpose of a dam is for storage and safe retention water in large quantity in flood season, which is released subsequently to achieve various purposes as irrigation, hydropower, recreation, and water supply. Here is another example for you, the Dam Safety Management Project. It will help member countries to provide irrigation, flood control, and clean energy in a safe and sustainable way by capacity building on dam safety monitoring, early warning, supervision, and law enforcement, knowledge publicity, and so on. Last but not least, I'd like to share the experience of the integrated management of typical small basins. This project has been implemented in 3 villages in Laos and Cambodia. Through its implementation, the technical team helped the community map water resources protection sub-area and construct terrace fields to decrease soil erosion, construct waste collection pools and disposal equipment to control pollution, and also plant economic fruit trees to improve household economy. These projects will also organize some public engagement, awareness raising, and training activities to make these projects self-managed by the community. To sum up, the Lantau Mekong Water Resources has applied the Nexus approach from planning to action. Now the cycle of our first 5-year action plan will be finished soon, and the LMC Water Center is now evaluating the outcomes and summarized practices of the last 5 years. And we are also preparing for the next cycle of 5-year action plan. To leverage Nexus, looking into the future, we look forward to enhancing partnership network in the future, including researcher institutions like SUMERNET. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I see you took up already what we've discussed in the session before, is kind of local small scale with the Sweet Spring project, but also like very large scale projects like dam management. Fascinating insights. Without further ado, I now give the floor to John. Same question to you. How do you apply a Nexus approach in your regional cooperation work in practice? And do you have any success stories for us? The floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Stefan, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to just quickly start by sharing 3 examples of Australian regional cooperation mechanisms related to water, energy, and food. Not saying they're perfect, but they are things that we've either done or are underway now. So the first one, I just want to start us in South Asia, of relevance to the Nexus, if you like. We basically got permission for a 12-year program in South Asia, which is quite unusual to get government to back you for that time. And we explicitly tried to frame it within the sort of water, food, energy nexus, you know, and carry that forward. At the time, politically, it would have been very hard for us to put climate into that terminology. What you can see there, though, is, and following Louis, yes, there were some people that were very much involved in water resources management, but others very much working on electricity, resource efficiency, you know, others, you know, in Hindu Kush Himalaya, very interested in the floods and disasters. So it was an effort that worked across the Indus, the Ganges, and the Brahmaputra. And I could talk about it more, but I won't. Now, next, please. Can I have the next slide? So the next example, second one is on the way. Still, can we just move down to the second slide, please?
There's just a little bit of a delay. It should be coming up in a moment.
You've got it? Okay.
Yes,
The second one, it's called was called the Greater Mekong Water Resources Program, but it wasn't just about water resources. It again was very much framed as an attempt at contributing to water, food, and energy security across the Greater Mekong. I think the important bits about that is it, just as South Asia one sort of had a big river basin framing of Indus, Ganges, Brahmaputra, we were in the Greater Mekong Water Resources Program explicitly working in the Ayeyarwady, the Salween, the Chao Phraya, the Mekong, and the Red. Right, so it wasn't a Mekong River Basin project. The other thing that was sort of one tier down, if you like, and part of that sort of international river basin, for the most part, framing was a little bit of decentering sort of nation states, and just sort of, okay, let's take some geographies. But what I'm saying is it wasn't just a river basin management project either. The big emphasis was really on governance, and I think what we were very keen with many partners to try and contribute to was an increase in transparency, inclusiveness, actors being more informed, actors being more accountable, and that's been the way that one was framed. So 6 countries, quite a few sort of envelopes, if you like, in sort of in Bangkok parlance, pink envelopes to a batch of partners who then have their own sort of program of activities. And we would try and bring those partners together, because if you look at some of them, they come from different universes. So part of Nexus thinking, I think, is also to get people to come together who don't normally sort of understand each other. Next one, please. So 2020 plus here in the Mekong, we have a new framing, and our framing is again sort of water, energy, climate this time. It's got a very strong emphasis on strengthening our bilateral relationships and occasionally doing trilateral work where we can. We recently were engaged with Laos and Thailand on electricity at Lam Ta Kong and other places. So the idea is it's not all perfectly Nexus, but it does mean we are strengthening our bilateral relationships and regional relationships with the energy ministries, with the climate ministries, with the water ministries. Now then, getting it all perfectly sort of integrated, that's probably beyond Australia. It might be something that this room can tackle. We've also expanded our relationship and investments with non-government organisations such as WWF on nature-based solutions, Monash University on urban resilience, and these are across the region. We're pleased to be sort of joining with SEI and partners on a new initiative to do with knowledge-based policy influencing organisations, which many of you represent. And we're also working with CSIRO on plastics. So that, that's sort of range of things. Not every activity is about water, food, energy. There's a portfolio of activities, and we're trying to sort of attack these sustainability challenges from different entry points. Thank you.
Jumping right into the pause with applause. I like that. Ms. Jan Tina, please. I yield the floor directly to you. What are your keys to success for a successful regional Nexus implementation? The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, the moderator. Can I have my slides? Thank you. I will just share one example. What Mekong Institute currently working on, focus on WEF Nexus. The program is called Sustainable Development in the Lower Mekong River Basin, based on the WEF Nexus. The project countries are including 4 countries, Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Thailand, and Vietnam. And it's a 5-year program, start from September 2021 until the end of 2025. With a total budget around $4 million, supported by the Republic of Korea. And the modality of the program is triangular cooperation. And we have implementing partner and parties, including UN Office for South-South Cooperation and Michael Institute, MRC, as well as STEPI from Republic of Korea. And this is the third phase of our KU North facilities project. And this project, the main objective is to strengthen the access to water, energy, and food for the vulnerable communities in the lower Mekong Basin through a balanced and integrated approach, managing the three key resources and tapping on Korea technology to high demand priorities such as irrigation system or water management or fish farming, food production, and renewable energy, as well as energy efficiency. And this project has three outputs to achieve a three outcome. And the firstly is ensure the livelihoods of basin communities are enhanced through water, energy, and food security. Secondly, provide greater job opportunities and reduce poverty. And thirdly, facilitate quick transfer and adaptation of development solutions and technology application across partner countries through South-South and Triangle cooperation. And currently, we are on the second year into third year, now identifying the pilot site in the 4 countries. After selected the pilot site, we will provide the technology from Korea, that's addressing the issues in the pilot site, and later followed by the pilot implementation. And also Mekong Institute will responsible for the capacity building for the communities, how to implement all the technology innovation in the site. Next slide, please. Based on the implementation, the first phase and second phase, we catch up some lesson learned. Firstly, we found that the South-South and triangular cooperation modality is very useful for piloting the new approaches and also science technology innovation partnerships. And in order to achieve a successful project that requires to facilitate a good communication amongst the partner and stakeholders. Secondly, it's always better to have a review assessment of all the potential risks, and also to prepare contingency plan to be able to back up if something out of the track. And the last one is a clear communities differences of duties and role among the stakeholders to make sure everyone on the same page to know what's the responsibility have to take care. And we also found it the technology or application that's introduced to the community, to the beneficiary, should be cost-effective and user-friendly. Especially, they are almost all the pilot sites we are choosing. Most of them are remote area with low income. So cost-effective is very important, and also user-friendly is also as important too, because it should be easy to apply and maintain, so they are able to do the sustainable operation and maintain the installed facilities. And also we found it the partner governments should think about the strategy, how to exit from the project and to build the local community have ownership. So this can also be able to make sure the project can achieve sustainability. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights. A round of applause, please. picking up again some things we heard in the second session, like communication, user-friendliness, very important. Without further ado, I yield the floor to our fourth panelist, Dr. Vijayan Simachaya. Please share your insights and knowledge about how successfully implementing the Nexus. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Actually, I have no good example, but I have some history to talk about how we implement, especially when we talk about Nexus. Is not recently, but long time ago, we talk about integrated water resource management. We talk about environmental flow. John Doe, maybe you remember a long time ago when we work on the Mekong River Commission, we talk about environmental flow, that flow of river, not just only water, but water related to other as well, but how people, how policy makers understand the nature of water. I think researcher is really important, but not just only scientific information, but social policy different. I think it's very important. Can I have my slide? I have only prepared only one slide, just to remind you when we talk about the Nexus water management, we have to look for the whole river basin, upstream to downstream. What the problem in that area, what information that we need to manage, especially somebody talk about the scientific policy, scientific based information. I think it's really important, but in terms of policy decision maker, most of them not consider scientific information. That's important. I myself, I used to be a researcher, and then my last position is the policy maker on the in the position of permanent secretary of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Integrated water management is the I also did my thesis on the integrated water quality, water quantity, and ecosystem base in the Tachin River Basin in Thailand. But in terms of real implementation action, I think we still facing problem because the agency related water, we have various, even in Thailand, water quality belong to the pollution control department, water quantity belong to the royal irrigation department, water resource department, and other agency. But each agency, they have their own regulation integrated that we talk here today, even Nexus, food, energy, and ecosystem. I think it's very important. We have to look for the whole system of river basin, how we develop project. For the upstream area, we have to consider for the downstream area, drought, flooding, even the recently climate change will pay more in our lives, especially for the water resources management. Biodiversity is the international agenda. We have to consider that issue as well, how we manage for the whole river basin, what information that we need to manage, agency, organization, even our Mekong, Lan Chang area, that they are connection. But when we develop project section by section, how we can manage for the whole area, I think it's very important. Even in Thailand, we talk about SEA, strategic environmental assessment, but in terms of real implementation, still have some limitation. In Mekong, a long time ago, you may remind yourself as well. We talk about transboundary EAA. Since then, we still talk about transboundary EAA, but cannot implement and that area. That's the problem. If we can manage for the whole basin with the public participation, but public participation have to rely on the information that are provided by a researcher. Researchers have to work together, scientific researcher, social researcher, how we can work together at the whole area. Water is not just water, but water is the is right of the people, livelihood, and biodiversity as well. How we look for that, and then we can manage. Especially we talk about the water, food, energy nexus, and also it's good to hear that this forum also consider ecosystem as well. But how link water, food, energy to ecosystem, I think it's very important. That's the time for execution. We know how we link them together and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this call to action. Round of applause. Last but not least, on our distinguished panelist panel, we have Ms. Chavi Wongprasitiporn. Please share your insights about successful Nexus implementation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I come from Office of National Water Resource, which is the new office in Thailand that could do some expectation for integration. So we are also for the successful applying. I could say that we are not like donor that can do for 4 countries. But what we do, like we are one of the 4 countries or one of the 6 countries, and we try to do our role to consider the transboundary. So for the mechanism, the regional mechanism that apply now, I cannot say that it's success, but I will make some comment. Some success, some still need to improve. So the mechanism within Mekong for transboundary, this is like for MRC, like PNPCA procedure. When we do this procedure, we have to we look in our country, the hydropower dam in Thailand. Mainly operate we have Nexus, but the emphasize Nexus first one is food for agriculture or for drinking water, but then energy is byproduct, because when we release water for irrigation, for ecology, or for drinking water, byproduct, it will produce energy. So then in Thailand, the Nexus of the hydropower dam in Thailand, but mainly the wage go to food, but it's also secure. The other factor is secure. That is one country and invest by government and serving for people. But then when we apply this to the Mekong Dam, we are also expect to see it like one river, one nation, something like that. So then we don't have the transboundary problem, but we see difficulty even we do have PNPCA, because the power dam in the mainstream is not invested by government directly. The government gives a concession for private to operate. So then when we do some operation and have problem on the farmer or people want to respond, they have to respond to TNMC to MRC, MRC to LMC, or LMC to Ministry of Power in Laos, and then go to the department who make a contract with private sector. So by that, it's too late to do a joint cooperation or to talk. So we think that by that contract, there should be some shortcut channel to make operator meet with the people. And the official route for long-term or seasonal management, but for weekly or daily, something like that, we have to have a shortcut. So that is for operation, but for PNPCA, we can involve only after they finish study and they bring us the impact. And then the procedure of PNPCA will allow downstream country to keep concern with the impact so that the developer will redesign or change something. But the procedure, like when we give a comment, but when what they change, we cannot see because it's end of PNPCA process. So then we don't know that well, our concern might be 10 issues. They might do 1 or 2 or 3 and priority might be different. So I think PNPCA is good, but it have to improve so that to make it better. And for Transboundary impact, we finished dam in Laos because the downstream, the Transboundary, the downstream is in Laos, but the one Sanakam is very near to Thailand. So in this, there's some change because we put some effort. It's been like the impact of the dam in Laos will go very shortly to Thailand side. So then we understand that developer cannot do TB Transboundary EIA because they have to come to get permission to survey. It's a politics. It have to go a big issue. So then they cannot do a real Transboundary impact. And this PNPCA of Sanakam is a big change. So PNPCA doesn't complete. We not finished. So then we ask MRC to do the impact because MRC have the data of 4 countries. MRC will simulate, analyze the impact. And after the impact, if impact is big, we expect the developer to do mitigation plan because joint action plan of MRC is just like monitoring. Monitoring, is this exactly impact like that? We do MRC do joint action plan to monitor the change after the hydropower dam is made. Also Thailand ourselves, we do and every year report, we call like a Thai study to see the change after the dam is operated, something like that. So that is our attempt. And after we collect this one, we hope that we have a channel to respond to the developer to change, something like that. That is some case, so case of Sanakam and the big joy every PNPCA. And another case like 3S that I think IUCN study from MRC is Nexus for Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. That time they talk about share benefit to downstream. And that time we give the comment that different country, different investment and give the benefit to the downstream country. So they have to share cost before sharing benefit. So something like that, we have to come to think about this one, if it's Transboundary, how limited benefit they can give in terms of CSR or IGAT of Thailand. They have some subsidy for electricity for village around the dam, something like that. So I just think like sometimes developer will provide this thing, a little benefit sharing. It's like an advertising budget. It's like CSR budget, something like that. So then thing will go better, something like that. So some idea of this one might be have to elaborate by governance, Nexus governance among different country, different one country invest, another one how could share, something like that. So those cases, we join some procedure talking about Nexus and we give comment. That is our role, as we can do. Thank you very much
for your contributions. And well, now the floor is yours. Actually, we have 10 minutes and have a discussion with the panelists, ask some follow-up question maybe, or some statements. And please, we really invite you to take the floor and share your experiences with the Nexus approach. So please feel free to ask any questions. Here's the microphone. We have one already. Oh yeah, here, please.
Hello. Good morning. I'm from Laos. Yes, Pumisai. My name is Pumisai. Actually, I heard a lot. Yes. Actually, I heard a lot of the successful of the research. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I heard a lot of the successful of the research, but the thing that I would like to hear from you about the something that you encounter during your project implementation in terms of how to deal with the stakeholder, how to deal with the boundary partner. That is the first thing that I like to know. So the second thing is like when you come out with this output, how can you put or integrate the output to the policy in order to ensure that is this good for us already? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, whoever wants to answer the question, do you have a microphone? Yes.
Let me start first. Thank you very much for your question. We talk about participation. I think it's very important, especially if we can identify stakeholder to get involved the process of participation. But the government side have to provide information, scientific information that we are on know here how you translate scientific information to the people in general. I think it's really important, especially we have to explain on the pro and con of the project and how we can minimize negative impact. I think it's really important as well. Similar to the policy decision maker, if you can provide the good information for them and then maybe make some optional or scenario if do something, what happened if they not take any action, what happened. I think that's my observation, but the good information and translate information to the public in general, to the policy making, I think is very important as well.
Thank you very much. John has a reflection, and then we have another question.
Yeah, a quick one to my colleague from Laos on the right. So, I mean, this panel is not just about research, is the first thing I would say. But in terms of research, I would hope there is actually demand for research, not that there needs to be demand for all research, but I do think there's a lot of demand for the following types of research in Mekong region. So Nexus and Transboundary economic analysis remains, to me, really underdone. As noted in paragraph 1 of the flyer for this sort of event, too much is sort of externalized, and the methods for actually bringing it in still seem to be far from widely practiced, if you like. Impact and risk assessment still seems to be really underdone. So I think hopefully researchers could help with that. GEDC analysis, gender equality, disability, social inclusion, that type of analysis, it becomes normalized in the requests of banks and development partners, but how do you do it? And I think getting high quality research commitment to that would be useful. And political economy analysis, I think, is wildly underdone, and it's partly underdone because it's so tough to do it in some countries, in some places, on some issues. So everyone does it internally. Banks do it internally. Governments do it internally. Partner governments do it internally. But in terms of public dissemination of sort of PEA, that's pretty tricky. So that's just a research quick comment. Can I add one more quick comment, or am I done? Probably done.
Quick, 30 seconds.
Whoops. Go.
Okay, then we have another question from our youth researchers from the SUMERNET network. Please, if you could state your question. Thank you very much.
Really honored to have a chance to ask question. So to be honest, that is a very great opportunity for me to be here to learn more about the Nexus approach. So yes, it is also good to learn your experience and your success by applying the Nexus approach in the respective project and organization. So it's also, how should I say that, good to consider in Myanmar, in our country. So most of our organizations are work separately for the food and water or something like that. It's really good to consider for us the Nexus approach. So my question is something like when you implement the Nexus, the project with the Nexus approach to the community. So what was the community perception, and also what was the challenge concerns with the community? So what's their perception? What's their how should I say? What's their think? What's your thought about the project and concerns with the Nexus approach? So, so that's my question. So, what's the community perception for this one implement?
Thank you very much. Please.
You maybe
Who wants to answer the young gentleman's question? Tina, please.
The question for the challenge as we are facing now, we are now doing the pilot site selecting. So we had the National Consultative Forum with the national and local governments, with the stakeholders from different sectors, including energy, water, and agriculture. And with the national, so the first challenge we are facing is they're not really clear about what WEF Nexus approach, what that for. They not really understand. They don't have a common understanding about that. Secondly, they were confused about the nature of the project we are implemented. When they talking about water, energy, and food, they thought we are providing funding for infrastructure to build some laboratory, or we build irrigation system for them. But the project we are doing is we provide technology innovation solution or some policy recommendation to improve the livelihood of the community in the remote area. So this is the second challenge you are facing. And thirdly is we feel like the community people how different countries have different issues. So somehow it's hard for us to have a common approach for the full country together. For example, like Thailand is placed at the one stage. So now we are discussing with Thai counterpart to see whether they also already shown awareness to be not only for implement partner, they also like to provide technical or some other practical input for other three countries. So they we are thinking about that's also part of source of cooperation. They can using their good best practice and to introduce to other countries, like them to see how they adapt it and can improve the project's implementation. And thirdly, I think I foresee some challenge for the following phase. After we identify the technology to address the issue there will be update building activity there. So there's a lot of adaptive management there. I was still thinking how to design it In the beginning, we thought we can maybe do a TOT training. We invite some participants from local government or some from community leaders to participate and then transfer the knowledge to the local community. But now we found this maybe it will not work. Since that's application of the technology innovation should really base in the community. So maybe we change the way to bring the experts and with a good translator to explain how to implement the technology innovation at community level. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one question and two questions. We have three questions prepared, which my deputy director asked me to ask. I make an executive decision. It's so stimulating this discussion. We skip one question and we have more questions from the audience. So please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Thảo. I'm working in Department of Natural Resources and Environment in An Giang Province, Vietnam. After here, a lot of researchers about the water issue and many issues, and I had two questions. First of all, after finish the projects, how and do you and how you send the result to the government? Because I read some policy briefs. Some point is it not directly imply the policy change. How to the government officer, the decision making can understand you after read the policy briefs. The second one, can you give some example or successful story about the changing of government's decision making? I'm not ambitious. They can stop build a dam, but how they respond and how they fix the problems after, for example, after build a dam, many problems, and how they change. Yes, the second. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Can I just quickly respond to the colleague from Myanmar? And I think we shouldn't get too hung up on water, food, energy. I mean, you know, that's a conceptual framing. There's an initiative starting in northern Thailand shortly and in other countries. And it's sort of, you know, the formal name would be something like climate resilience for riverine communities. But the people that are actually driving that, working with communities, are people like Apisom from Mafaluang and Fiat from Mahasarakam. You know, they're not going to walk in and start talking about water, food, energy. Just as a colleague from CETA said, in their mind, they will have gender, social inclusion, human rights, and water, and energy, and ecosystems. So I think any conceptual framework is, of course, a little bit of a simplification. So I just encourage you to have faith in the leadership of some of these sorts of initiatives where they intuitively, and because of good experience, they will bring to bear the issues that are of most importance to the community that they're working with. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to respond to the lady from Vietnam. Just give you an example of Thailand. Thailand, we have National Research Council to taking care of the research for the whole country. And our direction right now, research have to support to drive the government policy. The topic of the research come from the government agency, come from decision making. For example, in the subject of water resource management, we also estimate on the impact of the climate change, especially for the plantation, flood and drought. Also very important disaster that you mentioned earlier, also important. Have also work on the certain area that we are facing with the impact of water resource management. For example, in the northeastern part of Thailand, also the government officer also join with the researcher on the research subject. And then I mentioned earlier, not just only water engineer, but water engineer have to work with the social researcher as well. That's why we talk about the communication, scientific information to the public in general, modeling, or some stuff like that. That's very important in that kind of the support. Just why when we finalize our research and then we submit to the government for driving the policy and also to solve the water related problem as well.
Thank you very much. Before yielding the floor to one final question, and apologies, this is a hybrid event and we have a guest, a distinguished guest online. So I would invite to Ms. Tong Yon Chin, do you have any reflections, any responses to the question the people have been asking here in the auditorium? If so, please feel free to share your thoughts with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'd like to briefly respond to the first question that have proposed just now. I think that it may be more practical to combine your scientific result with some evidence-based proposal, and when the policymakers they get information from, for example, a pilot project that created a good result, they may tend to rely on your proposal, and so I think for scientific researchers, it would be better to work together with the communities, the real life of the people, and that will empower your research. And also for the question that have been proposed just now regarding the how to engage stakeholder participation when implementing the project. Actually, we had some experience when we implementing the integrated management of typical small basins. Before implementing these projects, actually, we bring the government, the local people in the community, and the technical team together, and we discussed about what the key issues in the community is, and what the people want, and we actually have consultation with the local government, and also the villagers or the communities voted for what they want for the water supply. And also, after the project is constructed, we organized some training events to make these people to know how to manage and maintain the projects and make it more sustainable. And I hope my experience will help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One question here at the table emerged. Please ask your question. Feel free.
Hello. เจ้าข้าพเจ้าขออนุญาตว่าเป็นภาษาลาวเนาะสบายดีตอนเช้าข้าพเจ้าสื่อแก้วอุดรจุลมนตรีมาจากเมืองจำพรแขวงสะหวรรณเขตประเทศลาวขอแลกเปลี่ยนคำคิดคำเห็นจากที่ประชุมอันหนึ่งข้าพเจ้าจะขอแลกเปลี่ยนตื่มว่าการวางแผน
การนำใส่น้ำนี่มีรูปแบบวิธีการวางแผนเพื่อความยืนยงเหตุวิธีใดอันสองน้ำและอาหารพลังงานเหตุวิธีใดจึงสามารถรวมกันเข้าได้ฉะนั้นข้าพเจ้าก็จะพูดอยู่ในสองปัญหานี้เพราะว่าอยู่ท้องถิ่นก็มีปัญหาเกี่ยวกับที่ข้าพเจ้าเสนอมานี้ขอขอบใจ
Thank you very much. I forgot my translation, so I have no idea what was asked.
I was listening and taking notes, so I can hop in here. Thank you very much for the question. So to our panelists, our question poser said that she wanted to share her knowledge in terms of planning in particular, and noted the importance of sustainability and the intersection of water, food, and energy. The question is, when it comes to planning, how can we manage to work together in the community?
ภาษาลาวหรือว่าภาษาอังกฤษดีคะอีสานก็พูดได้ค่ะพูดภาษาอังกฤษแล้วกันเนาะabout the water planning, water use planning for sustainability. People will live by agriculture. They plant rice for eating the whole year, something like that. But like many dam in the tributary or the mainstream in Laos, priority might be the potential might be for hydropower because it's quite steep and have high head, something like that. But also because of steep and high head, people in the highland also will lack of water. So I think the government, when they do some contract with or a plan to do hydropower, they should make more balance between power and food or water in terms of flash flood to help people. It might not lose a lot of water, but they will allow the people to access to the water resource, and it will be a good governance, something like that. Previously might be the previous plan might be the potential for hydropower, and remaining might be not disturb people. But if you just put more attitude to help people a little bit, it will be more sustainable and be acceptable and good governance, something like that. So I just hope like Lao government or Lao community could talk to the government like what they want to use for at least sufficiency for them for food, and then make it joy in the hydropower development in the tributary and the mainstream. Thank you.
เสริมนิดหนึ่งนะครับพูดภาษาไทยแล้วกันนะเพราะว่าในประเทศไทยก็เช่นเดียวกันนะฮะเวลาบริหารจัดการในพื้นที่น้ำนะครับเราแบ่งพื้นที่เป็นพื้นที่ลุ่มน้ำนะขณะนี้เรามี22ลุ่มน้ำแต่ในพื้นที่ลุ่มน้ำใหญ่จะมีลุ่มน้ำเล็กๆลุ่มน้ำเล็กๆนี่นะฮะเรื่องของการมีส่วนร่วมการบริหารจัดการงานวิจัยต่างๆที่จะเข้าไปเกี่ยวข้องแล้วการใช้ประโยชน์พื้นที่บริเวณนั้นต้องให้เหมาะสมนะครับว่าเรามีน้ำอยู่เท่าไหร่ใช้ยังไงนะครับการมีส่วนร่วมของประชาชนชุมชนนะครับในพื้นที่นะฮะจะมีส่วนสำคัญนะครับแล้วก็งานวิจัยที่จะไปช่วยในการขับเคลื่อนนะครับ
Thank you very much. I have now 2 microphones. I would suggest we start at late 5 minutes, and we have such fruitful discussions that I would suggest we postpone the lunch break for 10 minutes. I have 2 questions to ask to the panel, one for research, and then actually the panel might have some suggestions and some recommendations how different Nexus approaches and collaboration regionally could happen. And then I invite you over lunch, you can continue these fruitful discussions. So if you don't mind, please bear with us for 10 more minutes. And I will ask the question right away is to the panelists, you might respond to whoever wants to respond is, what are the key research topics related to the Nexus approach that should be undertaken as a priority? Why and how can research better inform policy and practice and to strengthen that way insecurity of water, energy, and food? So what are the research priorities here in the region? please, if anybody wants to chip in here, feel free.
Already have microphone.
Everybody points to John. He has the microphone. So John, the floor is yours.
But the problem for you, Mr. Moderator, is I didn't want to actually answer that question. I wanted to just add a couple of quick things. I mean, Vietnam, PM 120, Prime Minister Decree 120, I think, is something that the community clearly influenced. Getting Saibai Power Company to spend $200 million on a fishway, which may work, may not, let's see. That's also something that I think communities have influenced. On that issue of integration, if I may, working together in communities, I think on Nexus is often a lot easier than for governments. I mean, governments, you know, in Laos, I had the pleasure of living in Laos, Monray and Ministry of Energy and Mines. Most of the colleagues don't know each other. In Vietnam, Ministry Mard and Monray, many of the colleagues don't know each other. You know, there is a significant disconnect at government, which is greater than disconnects at community level, I would say. So bankers often just look at electricity sales. You know, so again, I think if we go back to researchers, you know, who are we trying to influence? I think we're trying to influence groups that currently have a method of behavior and trying to influence their behavior by showing them the advantages or incentives of acting in a more nexus way, if I can call it that. Thanks.
Yeah, I would like to add the research subject. When we talk about the nexus, is the food, water, energy, how much information that we going to support the balance between the utilization. Utilization is the food, energy, and then why we utilize the water resources. At the same time, we need to conserve ecosystem as well, how to make it balance. I think it's really important. Research have to support, even modeling have to support, especially for decision making to make some project. They have to know the impact, how we can minimize the impact. I think it's very important. As I mentioned earlier, not just only pure scientific information, but social, economic. I think it's really important, especially we talk about the sustainable development. We have to make it balanced between the social, economic, and environmental aspect. But our difficult subject is the climate change. We have to look for the future, how we prepare for the impact of climate change. Not just only mitigation, but adaptation, how we can make our livelihood with the impact of the climate change, adaptation, even food, agricultural, that the impact to the impact from the climate change, how we ready for that. I think it's really important for the future researcher. Disaster already mentioned by our colleague from Vietnam. Recently, quite often and very big impact. Extreme weather condition also very important. How scientific can answer that kind of question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have how to influence behavior, behavioral change research, impact research, maybe. Other panelists, some reflections maybe on what research priorities or online. Does anybody have still some thoughts on that? If so, please. Yes, please.
I have a few things that I think my research could help. For some clinical first, like Yaburi, they use fish belly turbine, something like that. It's kind of a research to help better. But now there are complaints that the sedimentation is trapped in front of the dam, and downstream is transparent and it's affect fishery. But when I see the dam structure, I see that when they do a turbine, it's a bit higher than riverbed. So the sediment will drop down to the riverbed. So then when they open the turbine, the sediment is not going out together. So I think it should have been some turbine that could be passed to like a river outlet and come to the turbine, something like that. It's not a normal turbine. So then that turbine could allow the sediment in the riverbed, something like that. So then when they do operation, it could turn back the sedimentation. That is for technical thing, but for social thing, I think like we should have the dialogue, good dialogue procedure or something like that. You see the stakeholder and the root of the part of the communication, and maybe some part is good for long-term discussion and some how to do it better for some crisis or something like that, or the water management in a good governance, something like in and out is the same, is fine, but how to some research to mitigate the fluctuation of water, make it less degree. Even in and out is the same, but you pass it through the turbine with different high head, so then it's come out with high velocity, something like that. So this thing, and I think the management, the pattern, the mechanism of management in different time during crisis, or even in this year is El Niño, La Niña, something like that. It should not have some fixed operation rule, only one. Have to be flexible, responsive, changeable, and responsive to people downstream, something like that. That would be some example of what I can think.
Thank you very much. We are almost at the end of our very stimulating session. But for the last question, and we talked a lot about challenges and barriers. And for the last question, we asked our distinguished panelists to come up with some recommendations of how different regional cooperation mechanisms or organizations can work together more efficiently for long-term benefits of all people and all communities and all stakeholders here in the region. So please, it's a quick fire round. I would kindly encourage you to limit your answers to a few thoughts, 2 minutes per person. And we start again with the online participant. What are your common recommendations to foster more collaboration on Nexus issue? Ms. Tong Yong Chen, please, the floor and the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. From my point of view, I think my keyword on responding this question is synergy. And actually, the general objective of our cooperation is to enhance the sustainable economic and social development and the well-being of peoples of member countries through sustainable utilization, management, and conservation of water resources. As the 5-year action plan of the Land-Tommy-Kung Water Resources Cooperation has mentioned, the 6 member countries would build a broad and effective network of partners to join hands in achieving the objectives. And I'd like to take one example that since the LMC Water Center and the MRCS signed the MOU in 2018, the two parties have always been enhancing their partnership in the fields of experience exchanging, data and information sharing, and joint research. Actually, we are now working closely with MRCS to conduct a joint study on changing patterns of hydrological conditions of the basin in the context of climate change and adaptation strategies. I believe this joint study will facilitate the information sharing and expertise exchanging, and finally provide a good proposal and recommendation for policymakers at the river basin and country levels in long term and short term. So learning from the practice of LMC and the MRC partnership, I think it is important for different mechanisms and organizations to keep dialogue and use their advantages to complement each other, and so to make joint efforts to promote inclusive development and win-win cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your recommendations and insights. John, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you to the LMC colleague for a very good example. So rather than waste our time thinking about individual topics of research, I would suggest that we just think about larger themes. We need researchers that are interested in transboundary issues on economic assessment, on impact and risk assessment, on JEDSI analysis, on political economy analysis. And then we need to give them a bit of a chance to meet and actually share their work and get to know each other and get some larger appreciation of their neighbors. So to me, my recommendation on a slide, if they're able to find it, he's staring at me in fear, is the sort of thing you're doing today. I mean, so I hope that groups like SUMERNET keep encouraging researchers in those sorts of areas to sort of take an interest in things beyond their own country. So Cambodia needs researchers like that, but the region needs researchers like that. And one of the things that used to happen, and this is an example of it today, one of the things that I was involved in that used to happen is something called Mekong forums, and we had about 7 of them, and they ran, SIN was involved. They basically started in about 2010. They ran through to 2018. We missed 2000, so we supported 7, with the last one being Yangon in 2018. And that to me seems like 100 years ago. We've had COVID, we've had the Myanmar catastrophe, we've had Ukraine, we've had all these other things have happened. And so at that event, if I may say, 6 countries, 6 governments, 300 or 400 people, NGOs, researchers. So it wasn't just the researchers together, it was people sharing their work. And I think that this is good today, but I hope that people in this room and others who are involved in those initiatives would also think about, okay, how do we sort of re-normalize that type of event? The forums were not just research conferences. They were oriented towards, following Dr. Wijan, they were oriented towards people that wanted to know what was going on, but weren't necessarily the researchers. So some of the people there were knowledge producers, but others are sort of knowledge consumers. But very active engagement by governments, researchers, IFIs, CSOs. And again, only 4 years ago, everybody felt safe going to that event. Everybody felt safe speaking. Everybody was able to fly in and out. And it's a little bit sad that things have deteriorated, but let's be optimistic and do what we can to sort of lift it back up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Tina, your reflections.
The recommendation I would like to give is to build the synergies and also leverage the synergies towards the sustainability. I think we have to engage all the relevant stakeholders and sectors, not just only water, energy, and food related sector. There's also other sector also work related. We have to have inclusive approach to include them and also coordinate different sector to be on the same page and how to discuss how to reach the concepts of trade-off to make a balanced approach to make sure everybody understands the things samely and also towards the common goals. Lastly, I think as another panelist mentioned that as private sector is very important as well. We don't forget them. Once they are doing their business, they will know how to make the business sustainability. So we also consider to involve them to part of the project implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijan.
Thank you. Can I have my last slide? Actually, for benefit of joining cooperation, I think it's very important. We have learned from Mekong River Commission. We have learned from Greater Mekong sub-region, even the Mekong Lan Chang cooperation. I think we have a lot of things happen in our region. But the important thing, how we can work together, we should identify our knowledge. We sharing our challenges, especially for the impact of climate change. Our region, from the report of the German climate watch, our region will mostly impact to the climate change. Myanmar maybe number 2. Thailand is the rank number 9. That's the impact. That's really important when we talk about the net zero or carbon neutrality. Energy from water is the clean source of energy. How we can go for that? That's also really important. Why we can balance the usage of water in agriculture sector, in industrial sector, and also conserve the eco system as well, and identify mutual benefit of our region, sharing knowledge. I mentioned earlier, identify connectivity. Water, we can use water as a media that we are going to work together. And water, I mentioned earlier by our previous speaker, water is not just water. Water is like water connected to other activities. Thailand right now, we have new national agenda we call BCG, Bio-Circular Green Economy. Y B stand for bio economy, C stand for circular economy, G stand for green economy. This also we bring them to the APEC meeting as well. BCG is new agenda for Thailand. We are going to utilize research innovation as a tool to drive the country using BCG. That's one example. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And some last recommendations, please.
Actually, I have talked somehow already, but I will prioritize the top one. Okay. Because I think anything concerned with people that satisfactory or trust is urgent, because if you wait for a long time, people will lose trust, something like that. So the thing like to share data, to make a data center transparently for people to know what happened, or is this because of less rainfall, so then you release less or something like that? Why? Something like that. So then they can plan for their living as well. So data center should not wait. You can improve it little by little, but you should start to share. At present, you have 4 countries, but it should link to the 6. And when you do this data center, so that you allow people to see, to join. And also, if there have some problem, you have to have some effective platform for dialogue, so then they could talk easily, not wait for a long route. When you do that, it will help a good relationship, good cooperation. So then deal with people. And I know that we have framework like LMC framework, but mostly our government stay there, and government for water resource, but not much for energy. So then we talk, but we are not concerned directly like the people or the operator. So then that platform is for a big frame, but you should have another platform for the operator and people they could meet. And I think exactly hydropower is not such bad. It had a lot of good things. They store, if we store a dam, they store some water. If it's river run off, they also store somehow. And we should do urgent because many dams already operate. So we should do assessment to see what is a good thing and enhance it. So they might have some water downstream for people for irrigation in dry season. That is good. But if it's fluctuate, it might affect fishery or something. So then if it's good, we advertise, we enhance it. But if it's bad, we learn and we improve. So then at present is not really assessment. It might be a location, some point of monitoring. But we should do, good or bad, we do it truly, and then we bring it to see the real impact, something like that. That is, I think, this is the top number 3. And number 4, benefit sharing. Yeah, the people downstream are not co-investment, but they invest in terms of water resource. So then they should get some appropriate that for investor and for people who lose some access to water. So then how to share? You use your advertisement budget, you use CSR budget, or you even share like a 2, 3, or 5% and make fund or subsidy and help people, and things will go on very good, I think, because at least people will lose somehow. Fishery people will lose, something like that. So then we not pay compensation cost, but instead of pay compensation cost or mitigation cost, we just pay it in social response manner, better, something like that. And last one, I think when we do hydropower, we have like a one aim, like and we will not do impact to the other, but if you just add value to make hydropower energy, but also help people somehow on the food, something like that, have to add it in your aim or objective when you do develop or do a contract. So the past is the past, but the new one should learn from the past and do it better. Thank you.
Excellent closing remarks. Thank you very much. I want to give 2 rounds of applause, one for the panelists online and offline, and one for yourself for the engaging questions. Give a round of applause to yourselves, please. Now we break for lunch. Before we do announcement in the afternoon at 1:15 p.m., we have 2 parallel sessions.
I can take it from here.
Oh, you can take it. Perfect. Hand over to you.
Absolutely. I'm going to get you out of here very quick. You have one decision to make when you come back from lunch today. We have 2 parallel sessions, one focused on ecosystem health, food and water security. The water security will be on the 36th floor, 2 floors down from here in Gallery 1. You will be looking for Riddhi here in the front. She'll be down there. And then we will be having the session on ecosystem health, food and energy security here in the plenary. And you will see Stefan waiting for you as well. And for those of you joining online, I will see you online for our online session, and we'll bring everyone back together with the work that you've done in that session immediately after that breakout. Okay, with that, enjoy your lunch and we will see you soon.
What I wish was my lunch. I think we can actually not record this session because we're going to
But I guess there is coffee outside. The others are not back, but please stay on this floor because we convene here together, and then we'll discuss not only what you have taught us, but also what other groups have cooked up in their brains, and the facilitators will talk about this. So I guess brief 5 minutes stretching your legs and coffee break, and we'll be back in whenever the others are back. Thank you.
Ms. Dipakson, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Great,
Should I turn
thank
on the
you.
camera now, or I can wait a little bit?
I think you can wait a little bit. We are going to just wait for the main room to reconvene. But I just wanted to update you that we are running a little late from schedule, but we will have the full hour allocated for the session later.
Okay.
Great. And let me know if you need any assistance in the meantime. I'll be here.
Okay, thank you. I think it's all good for now. Should be okay.
All right, everyone. It would be great if you could grab your drink, come in and take a seat, and we're going to get started in just a moment here.
They're like, okay, so there's something going on in the background, and they can keep doing whatever they. I certainly won't. But yeah. Yes. But here people
Rally the people. All right, everyone, we are getting started in 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to get to your seats, and we are going to go ahead and get started. We've had a chance to talk, to debate, to share, and we're going to, this is the final sprint of the day. Okay. I said we get started. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started so that we can get us back into the conversation that involves all of you and not just three of us up here. But all three of us had a really fun time facilitating the groups today, both online and in person. We're going to do just a quick share back today so that you get a little bit of a taste of what the other groups talked about. But if I could get a quick interaction first, if that activity or that discussion gave you a lot of energy, could I get a thumbs up, some energy, and a thumbs to the side? Thumbs up, a lot of energy, or a little bit of energy just to get into those discussions. Yeah, some thumbs up. Those of you on Zoom also, you can give us a thumbs up.
All right. So we are saying if you enjoyed the previous discussion, maybe a thumbs up. If you didn't like the conversation, you can boo us right now and we can just walk back to our seats and proceed. Oh, we hope that's not the case. All right, so we are just about to share with you what we learned from our conversations in 3 different groups, which myself, Stefan, and Hermes were moderating, and you were part of one of those groups. So we would like to come back and share what we learned in those sessions. So over to you, Hermes.
Fantastic. So we had a smaller group online, but we did emerge with a couple of patterns, and I'll let my colleagues build upon that. So from the participants online, when we talked about challenges, they all related around gathering data, getting consultation with a variety of different stakeholders. There were discussions about how communicating different ways of knowing and communicating for different contexts and geographies, and identifying that there's so many different micro ecosystems or subcultures that interact with each other, and how that makes it difficult for perhaps a central government to find ways to communicate in a way that is appropriate for even places within a national border. There were other discussions around how it's difficult to even define the metrics upon which you want to collect data. And I would say that those are probably the big themes of the discussions that we had online. Again, a smaller group, and looking forward to all of you online for next time's discussion with more of you.
All right, thanks, Hermes. So in our group where we were discussing about how ecosystems, food security, and water security are connected, we had pretty good groups interacting with each other, and we had pretty good discussions, and we came up with various points on 3 different questions, which were about, what are the challenges that we are facing actually to optimize the Nexus approach, followed by what we think can be done, what tools and approaches can be used, followed by what are the, institutional needs or capacities that need to be developed. So it was unanimous in a way where people said, the challenges are we don't have information to act. We don't know what's happening in other parts of the country. We don't know what's happening upstream. And if we are upstream, we don't know what's happening downstream. So that's one of the challenges that they face. So as Hermes pointed out, that information sharing, data sharing was one of the challenges that they are facing. Also, in addition to that, there are a lot of inequalities in the region as well. People don't have, the privileges like some other countries have. So that's another challenge that is to be considered when we are designing our policies and plans. Moving further, they also identified different approaches that can be used, and these were somehow repeated from what we heard this morning about participatory approaches, benefit sharing, and also, gender mainstreaming, moving more towards social equity when we are designing our projects or our studies or assessments. So those were the key approaches or tools that people think can work. And in addition to that, when we come on to the capacity, people feel that, the decisions are made in a centralized way. There is no way of decentralized decision making. So there's no power of the communities, there's no power even with the local government. So decisions are made by a smaller group of people on behalf of very large or big populations. So there's a need of a way to decentralize the decision making. And moving forward, there's also a need where the people who are making the decisions on our behalf are capacitated enough. They have the information that they need to make these decisions, because in some areas they don't have that information available with them, but anyways, they go ahead with the decision making. So that's one of the challenges that has been identified. Also, if we can, capacitate our decision makers as well. How many of us are sure that they know what a Nexus approach is? As we had some examples from one of the couple of panelists in the morning, they knew what we're talking about, but that's not the case everywhere in the region. So that's also the need where we need to focus on, capacitating our decision makers as well, to transfer the knowledge what researchers are creating, to transfer it to them in a language which they would understand, and then they would consider while they're making their decisions for their countries or the regions or, the regional platforms that we are coming up. So that's about it from our discussion. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you very much. We had 3 group discussions. 2 groups came up with 3 to 5 bullet points. Another group with 27. Try to summarize them adequately. So group 1 talked about when it comes to energy transition to a lack of infrastructure, which hinders sometimes energy transitions in the region. Then they discussed also positive aspects or the potential positive aspects for energy transitions. And they mentioned interesting safety issues. Safety in the sense that, like, energy poor communities, for instance, less street lighting means less safety for children or other marginalized group like women, for instance. This is actually a quite interesting take on how energy transitions and energy security can actually improve safety. Of course, a big question, and I think it was also in the other groups, is finance. And the question, who will finance and who will get the money? So this is a really important question to wrap our minds around. Solar was deemed a good solution for strengthening energy security, especially in the region, because there's a lot of sunshine here in the region. We mentioned, or this first group mentioned, the policy support that is needed. On the solar solutions, they mentioned also the opportunity to combine, for instance, renewable energies like solar power with agricultural systems, like combined energy and agricultural system have solar panels and underneath you grow food, for instance, that might also save space, which is becoming increasingly contested as well here. And of course, they talked about incentives and how to incentivize, especially private sector stakeholders, to buy in the energy transition, to buy into energy security measures to facilitate an equitable and just transition. That was group number 1. Group number 2 talked also about challenges, especially from a regional cooperation perspective. They mentioned the need to talk with as much stakeholders as possible, like really broadly, and talk together to move forward. They mentioned another challenge, the price and the access to energy. This is really important in the region here, where some people don't have affordable access to energy, and how that the needs of the people to affordable energy must be met in order to increase energy security, and that policymakers should ask themselves the question: what is the benefit of increased energy security? What is the benefit of energy transitions? One aspect I find really interesting, because it's not discussed a lot, and so thank you for your creative inputs, that was the aspect of law enforcement. So there are rules and regulations here in the region, but all around the globe, and some people don't think that the rules apply to them, and how to enforce these laws. Very interesting point when it comes to energy security. There was institutional capacity. So there was a need to strengthen capacity building, also regionally. So not only focus capacity building nationally, but branch out, talk about transboundary capacity building, so to speak. And this is the group with the 27 points. Remote areas, they have to be understood. So sometimes we do energy transitions, we strengthen our energy security very from the top down, but sometimes we don't know what the people on the ground actually need. And policymakers, decision makers should reflect on that. The importance, or at least the potential importance, of carbon credits was mentioned. Then, of course, the importance of impact assessments, especially with large hydroelectricity projects. Like, what about the social impacts, for instance? They have to be considered. Gender balance was mentioned, and not only on the top level, but also like mid-level, bottom level. Gender balance, very important issue. And of course, the Nexus approach was mentioned, and the three components: energy, food, and water, sorry, have to be thought together, of course, but they have to be balanced. So not focus only on one thing, focus on three things all at once. And yeah, I think this comes here in, we heard this already so many times. The stakeholders are really important. We should focus on a participatory approach. And actually, quite nicely, somebody said like, oh, maybe we can learn from SUMERNET, because indeed SUMERNET, we bring people together and learn from each other, hopefully also during this session. So thank you very much for pointing that out. And I agree, we should learn from each other. A little bit shameless self-promotion here. Thank you very much. And the third group, again, challenges. Is also very interesting, I find. We don't need energy, we need better energy. Energy which is more accessible, which is cleaner, and accessible to everybody. Challenges for energy security, and when you do energy transitions or also build energy, is deforestation, for instance, land use change. Also very interesting challenge, the rural-urban divide, which was mentioned. And all of these challenges of all the groups, of the agricultural group, about the water group, I think, yeah, they take place under the threat of climate change. So if that was not complicated enough, let's think about climate change as well. But I think it's a good comment that a systematic approach should address climate change issues as well. The approach, push for renewable energies, think about a new flexible energy system. So from a top-down, big-scale project to more decentralized, community-based energy. Of course, we need good governance. We need a stable government and stable governance to facilitate energy transitions, because energy transitions usually don't follow 4 or 3 or 5 years election cycles. So that's an interesting point. And yeah, again and again, money and how to spend the money and who gives the money. I leave you with this very easy to answer question, but yeah, thank you.
Give yourselves a big round of applause. All of your work will be collected and saved, and that is really one of the most important outputs of today, is really the stories that you bring, the perspectives that you bring in conversation with each other. And with that, let's go ahead and move forward. Thank you very much. So we are moving on today to session 5, and this is panel number 3. So it is my pleasure to introduce our Dr. Pakdi Non, a member of the SUMERNET Steering Committee. And with that, Pakdi, I will pass it over to you.
Okay. Thanks, Hermes. So good afternoon, everyone. It's actually my great pleasure to moderate this session. We are actually going to look at how do you communicate your research for policy impacts, and we do have very, very interesting panels that will be providing insights on this topic. So for just to start the session, I'd like to invite our panelists to the stage. We will start with Dr. Pichaman. She's actually from the Center for Future Defense and National Security from Deakin University in Canberra. Dr. Francis Johnson, who is the Senior Research Fellow for SEI. Dr. Tan Singh from the Institute of Policy and Management, University of Social Science and Humanities. And one of our panelists will actually be joining online, Ms. Tipakon Manpati, who is the media expert from Thailand. So what we would like to do with this session is very much an opportunity for the panelists to share their experience, but also for all the members that are here today to ask questions with regard to communication from your research finding in the policy space. So we will try to be as interactive as possible. I will start with one question for all the panelists, and then all the audience here and also online. Feel free to ask questions. And as you know that we do have translation into English and also into Vietnamese, Thai, Lao. I'm from Cambodia. We don't have translation in Cambodia, but if you would like to ask the question in Khmer, I would be happy to translate that for you also. So with that, I think we can start the panel discussions. So just to kick us off, I will have, as mentioned, one question for all the panelists, and I would like to invite the panelists to share the answer, maybe maximum 3 to 5 minutes, so that we have a lot of time for the participant to ask questions for your feedback and insights and any tips that you might have on the topic. So just to start us off, so just to quickly check, we do have the online panelists. Okay, thank you. So the question that I would like to pose to the panel would be, how can the effectiveness of research communication, especially via the media, be enhanced to drive the formulation of inclusive policy, fostering environmental governance and transboundary cooperation? This question is for all the panelists, and the floor is open for feedback, insight, input from any of the panelists. So please feel free to take on the question. We can also do that as well. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So with that, may I invite Ms. Tipakson to share your insight on this question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. I think for the question, it was actually pointed out from the smaller groups that the facilitators already pointed out before that I would like to share as well. So to answer this question, I think the information sharing is very important. The research can actually provide the evidence from its finding to media in support of credibility of reporting about the dynamic change of the environmental situations on the ground to wider public attention. That I think it can also lead to a push for national agenda setting for further policy change. So I think as the media, we can take the role to use the research findings to help amplify the local communities' voices and also their concerns, as well as supporting their resilience to ecological change in the Mekong River, which link to hydropower dams and other large-scale development projects that affect their livelihoods. So I think information sharing from the research sector to media can actually be the evidence base that kind of like gather story from the ground and can also like help identify the gap to inform the policymaker for identify the opportunity to collaborate with all relevant stakeholders in order to respond to the current adversity that facing by the communities across the border, as well as the ecological changes in the Mekong River is also at some level, I'm sure, is impacting the international relations. So I think the information sharing is one thing that I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to turn to our panelists who are here in person. So please go ahead.
All right, so I will go after that. I think indeed information sharing is incredibly important. I think at the same time, if I can kind of address the question slightly differently, I think we all need to be on the same page first and acknowledge that it is indeed important for us to be engaging with stakeholders outside of the research community, and as well as outside of the policy community also, and to really see media, to see journalists as allies in that regard. At the same time, I think we need to be clear about what the purpose of our engagement is. So it's not enough for us to think only about our research objectives. We also have to think constructively and realistically about what our objectives are when it comes to wanting to influence policy as well. And on that note, there are different types of policy, much in the same way that there are different types of research, right? There is scientific research, there's technical research, there's policy research, there's abstract conceptual thinking type research projects as well. And similarly, the impact that you can have on policy can also look very different. So in light of that, I think we have to be mindful of, our own reasons, our own motivations for doing what we're doing. We also have to be realistic about what can be feasibly communicated and translated to other stakeholders who might not be familiar with the language or the issues that we are working with. And indeed, many of the journalists that I know have often told me that when they speak to academics and researchers who are working on, Mekong River issues, as well as other environmental challenges, what they really want is a clear opinion, a clear idea about what the message it is that your research is trying to put forward. It's not really about the evidence, the nitty-gritty details of the data points or anything else. It's actually about the big picture idea, because it's the big picture idea that it's that message that is carried forward more easily to the general public. And it's also what gets digested more easily by policymakers as well. And so I wanted to kind of say that my own experiences in engaging, currently I'm also working with the United Nations as part of a working group on business and human rights. I'm also on the advisory committee of the Australian Water Partnership alongside other roles. And I have to say in speaking and dialoguing with stakeholders in all of these different settings, it's clear that what makes sense to them is also going to look very different. So when you're communicating, it is important that you bear in mind the audience with whom you're speaking with, be aware of what their motivations are, what their interests are as well. And in that regard, to be as adaptive as possible in your communication and in how you present your research findings, as well as your own objectives. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Pechumon, for these great insights. And also, I would like to also invite the feedback from our other panelists. I think Dr. Singh is going to share. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I think I would like to take some point that Luis another day mentioned about the role of innovation. But what kind of innovation are we looking here? And in my opinion, we are now in the process of transit from the linear to the interactive and transformative innovation. What I mean linear innovation is mean that we are still a lot in the mode of assumption that we as a researcher has some research question and we try to carry out and finding for our research, and we try to approach the policymaker and try to make them accept or follow our recommendation. It is not the way it's work in practice. And when I mentioned about interactive and transformative, interactive and mean that we have to look at the interaction among the key policy actor. And what we mentioned here is first to mention about the academic and the government and the media, but that's all not all the concerned stakeholder or actor. So we have to realize that this have to be transformative in the way that we address what transformation mean, that we have to address the social innovation and inclusive innovation. What I mean social innovation is that we not looking usually on the technological and economic dimension, but we look at more on the social dimension, and the social innovation really address what are the current challenges that we are facing right now, especially in the context of uncertainty, as well as the extreme climate change event through experimentation. What I mean experimentation is that when we try to move to the transformative innovation, we should start something on experimentation, and from the experimentation, we can go back and theorize something that we would like to generate. But this is something that is quite important to start with the experimentation at the place where it's close to the issue what we are trying to examine. So, and that's why I think we have to move away from what we call linear innovation to transformation innovation with the diversity of the relevant actor, especially the end user and the consumer in their dynamic interaction. In my opinion, innovation can appear at any step of the process in which researcher, policymaker, and media expert are only among other that we tend to forget or tend to not include in the beginning of identifying what are the issues and what are the questions is that relevant. And in my opinion, we should raise the question of doing the right things or instead of doing the thing right. So what is important? Should we do the thing right or do the right thing? In my opinion, doing the right thing is probably more important to do the thing right. So the question that this challenge is but by whom and for whom. So those tend to be not appear very much in our dialogue, and that is what I think that we have to look at what are the role of end user and the consumer. Unless their voice can be heard, and if they cannot be heard, then how can we make sure that we can help them, facilitate them to join our dialogue? And that's the question that I don't know the answer, but it's what in my opinion, we should start with the question that do we need to do the right thing or the thing right? And I think the other thing that I like to mention and argue that it is important to raise the right question before trying to finding the solution to the problem. This is sometimes very important in the first place. Is this the right question to be examined? So that is what I like to share with you first. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sin. I also like to ask for some input from Francis.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's hard to add to these excellent presentations, so I can be short, but I think that one of the things we were included today in this discussion about water, energy, food, Nexus was also ecosystems and the health of ecosystems. And this can be difficult to communicate to media who tend to want people-centered stories. But sometimes we can learn more about what's good for us, you know, by understanding what works in an ecosystem, because there you see all the synergies and trade-offs and so forth that might not always be obvious in our more chaotic societies, which are changing so much now. And maybe it can help to see that it's not a zero-sum game. And that was one of the concepts of the Nexus in the beginning, that you look at these linkages and you have to acknowledge there are trade-offs, but there are also co-benefits. And we have to be clear about the difference between co-benefits and synergies, which are not the same. Sometimes they are confused. And co-benefit is when you get some additional value from let's say, you know, you do A and it also gives you B, but with synergy, A plus B does not equal C, you get more. And ecosystems, a very healthy ecosystem can teach you this. And that's why we're seeing more and more interest in nature-based solutions to climate change and climate resilience. But of course, communicating this with the media is really challenging because they are focusing on headlines. And how do you get past the headline? And here, here's where the question about dealing with those who are marginalized community comes in, because here the human interest story can be put into great focus and can help to illustrate why this is it's problematic in and of itself, but it's also connected to the changes we are seeing in the climate. So this human centered story it has become a pretty powerful way to communicate about climate, actually. And so what we can do with this is to make or to help to educate about the difference between studying the average versus studying the variations. We often talk about climate change and we talk about 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees. But in reality, of course, it's the average is not that important. What's more important is the fact that some communities are affected very seriously, or that some communities have difficulty to adapt. So it's really the variations that are more interesting. So we have to communicate that better to the media, so they're not just saying, oh, we're not going to meet the target, because that's not really the main point. So there are a number of issues here that, you know, to educate based on the science. And here I think we're trying to make that contribution today. Thanks.
Thank you. So our panelists have actually raised a lot of the topics that are at the intersections of science, policies, and the media. I have follow-up questions, but I'm not going to take over the conversation, but I would like to actually open the conversation to everybody here and also online. If you do have any follow-up questions with regards to how do you, if you are a policymaker, like how do you communicate, or what is your experience with the media? Or if you're actually a media representative, how has it been for you in terms of trying to communicate with researchers and with policymakers? So the floor is open to questions. And again, I'd like to remind everyone that you can ask the question in whatever language that you choose to ask. You don't have to ask in English. We do have translation. So the floor is open, actually. Yes, please go ahead. Can we please have the microphone? I think the lady over there. Yes.
Thank you. I didn't see anybody raising their hand, so I feel like my responsibility as a journalist to ask something. Sorry, I'm Sen. I'm a journalist from Vietnam. I appreciate your input. I agree with everything you've said. It's something that I guess many journalists would share with you as well, especially on your comment, Dr. Pichaman. I hope I pronounced that correctly. You mentioned how journalists feel that researchers need to communicate. Whenever they talk to journalists, they need to have a clear opinion and clear message. And I think that is the struggle for us. Because I mean, anybody who has been asked by journalists, is probably very common for you that you would talk to us for 30 minutes and an hour, and then only a paragraph would show up in an article, for example. And that's very common, and it has to do with many systematic design that we cannot go beyond. For example, the most basic thing, the length of the article. We cannot feature everybody the same length that we talk to for one article, for example. But there's something that I perhaps want to suggest that we consider discussing here is not just working with journalists, but also the editors. Journalists do the dirty job, so to speak. We get our hand dirty, we do the work, but editors make decisions, and not just any editors who have been interested in commissioning environment-focused stories. Those are the editors you have to go with. I don't see any editors here. Where are they? Are you working with them? So I think this conversation about working with the media has to involve editors, because they are the one who call the shot, and they are the one who write the headlines, not the journalists. So something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you for the inputs. I wonder if there's any response from Dr. Peshaman. Dr. Singh, please go ahead.
It's already open.
Thank you for your very critical point to raise. How can we work effectively with the journalists, and how can we help the journalists to cross the message which reflects truly the nature of the issue? Because sometimes I feel quite challenging for you guys to really understand the topic and transmit this. Sometimes you have some limit understanding, and maybe the message could be misleading. So this is something we have to acknowledge. And your point is also very important to raise the role of the editor. In the role, what I might like to go back to the point that you mentioned this morning about the co-production of knowledge. And if you look at the theory of knowledge production, we are actually moving from the mode one, where we discuss a lot on the sectoral or what you call disciplinary, to the mode two is more on interdisciplinary, and recently to the mode 3 is on transdisciplinary. And in this regard, transdisciplinary is how can we create a kind of working environment where you guys as journalists working with us and also working with the editor, and only through this kind of opportunity we can learn from each other. I think this is the best way that we can co-create the knowledge in the quite specific context, and that's what I think is the best way to do the co-production of knowledge. Thank you.
I can comment briefly. I think it's an interesting point about editors, and there are a lot of senior researchers who have also been editors, like of books and journals and so forth. But that's different. You tend to be communicating more to a scientific or research audience, and editing for the general public is very different. So actually, what would be really interesting is for editors and researchers to write together, basically. But the opportunity doesn't come up very often to do that. If you look at most articles that are published, when a scientist does write something, it's an opinion article and it's only them writing it, but to write together with an editor, somehow to create incentives for that would be very interesting, actually. And maybe we could make some progress on this issue. That's the only thing I can think of.
Does our colleague online have anything to add?
I think you can go first, and then I will go to her, actually.
No, thank you for that point. And look, I completely agree. I think we don't talk enough about the role that editors play. We often forget that they do make the decisions in many respects. At the same time, I think we have to think about our relationship with the media, with journalists, as a long-term relationship as well. It's not simply that they contact us and then we respond and that's it. I found that some of the most fruitful relationships that I personally have with journalists are ones that have been cultivated over the course of many years, where it's not just me giving interviews on the record and getting quoted in newspapers, but rather the ones where I provide background research and off the record information, which then goes towards informing them about the broader context within which they're writing. So I think that, of course, demands a degree of selflessness on the part of a research academic who is constantly up against timelines about, publishing and the amount that you publish as well. And it's a lot of work. And it also means you have to have trust that the journalist or whoever else is not going to run with your information, right? But it's for that reason that it is important for us to engage in that co-creation process where we gradually build those relationships. And I think it's also important for us to remember that newspapers aren't the only medium that we're talking about here. There's TV, there are blogs these days. Also, journals have their own blogs too. And even when it comes to newspapers, there are variety in terms of quality, in terms of the nature of the investigative and feature pieces that they print also. So in light of that, I think, again, you have to be strategic when you're engaging with the media. You have to think about what message it is that you want to be putting forward. How nuanced you want that message to be as well. I have colleagues who say, I'm never speaking to the media because they won't understand what I'm talking about. And that's fine. Like, you don't have to talk to the media to have policy impact. But if you want to reach a wider audience, then that's where you do have to engage with the media. You have to be comfortable in that space, and you have to be ready to simplify a lot of the nuanced and complex research that you're doing. There's a give and take there. It's not a zero-sum scenario, but it does mean that you have to compromise on certain aspects of the research that you're doing.
Thank you.
Sorry, that you're talking about, not that you're doing.
I think these are excellent insights, but I would also like to hear from the media expert in terms of her experience engaging with researchers, with policymakers. So can I please ask Ms. Tipperson to provide your insights on this question?
I think all the panelists and also the question from the journalist from Vietnam is very excellent already. So if I may add, I think like in my position as a web manager of the website of the Mekong Commons, I would add that, well, I think like there are a variety of media that we have variety of objectives of purpose in conveying the message that we are trying to get the message across to the public. In the Mekong Common, from my experience, is that what we are trying to do, it's also relevant to the editor issue as well. We actually trying to encourage more storytellers from the local level to share their concern about ecosystem and environmental issues that they are facing at their locality context. So I think supporting the local storyteller would be one of the way to engage their input into the policy review or change, I think. So because especially marginalized group, women and youth, their voices are important, considering that the practice of patriarchal still remain mostly in the Mekong region and worldwide too. So I think engage those voices from women and youth in the media can also help make the process of the policy review be more inclusive. So I would just add to that a little bit. Thank you.
I also, Rajesh, please go ahead. You have a question?
I just had a question.
Oh, okay. I thought you have a question because I see your hand. I would now like to also just come back to the audience if you have follow-up questions based on the conversation we had so far. Also just checking with the team if there's any question online. Okay. I see a few hands. I wasn't sure who was first, Rajesh, and one at the back, and Dr. Janpana.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. I just wanted to go back to another point which Tipperson mentioned, credibility, but also wanted to remind people that, I mean, this may not be such a big problem here in the region, but the credibility of science and scientists is kind of on a downward trend. There is fake science, there's climate denialism. It may not be such a degree here in the Mekong region, but definitely, for example, there was, for example, the information about upstream dams in China. Did they cause the drought or not? It was quite controversial 2 years back. It continues to be controversial now. There are conflicting opinions. Science 20 years ago, and I know Francis was involved in one of the earliest IPCC reports. The context, the ground in which you presented the science has changed. Science was taken as respected and respectable. Now it's conflict and controversial. So I just wanted to know if either Pichamon or Francis had any insights, or Dr. Sen had any insights on that.
Before I turn to the panelists, can I also take the other two comments so that you can reply to all three at once? I think the second was at the back. Can we please have the microphone near the booth? And then Dr. Chantana.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chulai. I'm reporter from Cambodia. And first of all, I would like to thank so much for SUMERNET that invite me for this conference. But go back to the discussion, and my experience, I write an article about the groundwater, and we meet a problem like a drought in 2021. And right now in 2022, it become flood. So I think that is a problem that we all should solve this. And another thing is like we want to focus about win-win policy that all sectors can work together. But in my point of view, I think it's very difficult to work with government. And even though we are journalists and we want the data from them, but it is very difficult for us. The second question, I want to know how in the future is along Mekong River, we fight for the water. What can we do? And I think that it is very difficult for the poor country, you know. If you are the rich country, you have a powerful, you have money. So about the poor country like us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Chantana.
I think Rajat read my mind along the same line. I think we are, the Nexus will probably have a lot of contestation. You know, it's not sure which way it's better, and probably if not so much polarized, there's some division of opinion. And I think because of the age of medias, new medias and different channel platforms, we are entering into the post-truth era. I mean, truth doesn't matter, not as important as what they believe, and they already believed, and therefore information doesn't matter. I'm not sure whether how you experience it, whether you have come across of this kind, and what are the strategies.
Thank you. Maybe I will take these three questions first and then come back to you afterward, after the panelists have, unless it is something similar or different. Okay, so then we will come back to you after the panelists have responded to the questions so far.
All right. Thank you so much for your questions and comments. I think you're absolutely right. I might take the question about, you know, climate change, denialism, and post-truth first, because it is indeed a real problem. But I think it's precisely these challenges that we now face that makes it even more important for everyone in this room to be speaking to the media and to be, you know, part of that movement to ensure that, you know, the scientific and the evidence-based knowledge is being communicated to the media, and in so doing to the wider public. I understand, of course, that it's not that straightforward. And indeed, I've had my experiences dealing with respectable broadsheets, newspapers in the West, whose telling of some of these stories are very much framed around discourses that are more familiar to Western countries than one might say to countries in this region, for instance. They'll frame it in ways that, you know, are more palatable to their audiences, to their consumers, than to the consumers that knowledge consumers that we might find here in this region. And it's about then bridging those gaps as well in terms of understanding and contextual awareness. That being said, I mean, it's really the case that you constantly have to try at it. Normally, if this is going to be your first time given an interview, I think you have to be prepared that everything that you want to have communicated is not going to be recorded in the actual interview or the quotes that you are then quoted on in the newspaper article or in the TV segment, for instance. But the more you try and the more you engage, I think the more it becomes clear that there are certain strategies that you can utilize. So instead of going on and on for 15 minutes, for instance, in response to a journalist's question, you can try and break up your answer into shorter sentences in ways that are kind of, and frame it in ways that, you know, this is something that's going to be attention grabbing because it's a paradoxical or unconventional way about thinking about things. And it may well be that it's not unconventional and that it's actually quite conventional, but that's one way that you can grab the journalist's attention and ensure that what you are saying then gets reported in their piece. Similarly, I think you have to also be very selective with respect to the journalists that you engage with. Again, this is about building relationships, not just about giving one-off interviews, in my opinion. So you have to make sure that, you know, the journalist and the publication that you're working with is one that is not kind of pushing forward those misinformation or disinformation for that fact. But I will, if you will bear with me, I'm just going to quickly say that I recently had an experience where I didn't look at the email query well enough, and I didn't realize that the journalist who had written to me was coming from a tabloid that's actually quite notorious for publishing some of these kind of post-truth type pieces. And I ended up giving an interview on a fairly sensitive topic nonetheless. And I actually found out that once I told the journalist, like, your questions, I don't think they make sense. I actually said it very straightforwardly, not knowing the person before. They responded and said, well, then tell me, how would you frame it? And tell me, where would you go and read sources? Like, what would you consider as being a verifiable, trustworthy source? And so I gave him a reading list that was a page long. And surprisingly enough, he went away. Called me about 3 hours later saying, oh, I read these pieces. Can you please summarize? Can I summarize them to you and you tell me whether I understood them correctly? So there are even those instances that have happened, which gives me faith in actual fact that, you know, things can change and people's opinions can change if, again, you base your engagement on evidence. You don't make it politically charged or personally charged, and you keep your message as clear as possible. There are many more strategies, I think, that we can discuss, but I might just stop there and hand over to colleagues.
Speaking, sometime I used to play the role as editor for the journal. The professional journalist called Science, Technology, Policy and Strategy in Vietnam, and we used as academic, we used to think in a very old way to examine the issue and try to argue more academically among the what we call expert in the very small community. And I realized that our paper has been published in the journal. I don't know how many read it. I think there's quite few. Then we quite satisfied that we have done a good job. But in my opinion, this is not a good job. We have to really be responsible for how to articulate our research and make this finding to be more publicly understood. And this is something that we saying this is quite easy, but how you transform your culture and how to transform the way you communicate this kind of information is a learning process. And that's, I have my own experience. The more I associate with the journalists, the more I think that to make sure that the message that have to be communicated across should be quite simple and easy understood than very big academic jargon word. So that is something that I think this is kind of learning for myself. So that means that as we said, that you should create a kind of core production of knowledge. And in this regard, we can learn a lot from our journalists. So this is what my own opinions.
Yeah, thanks. I think you said a lot of things very well, but one thing I would point out just in defense of scientists is that it's very competitive now with getting grants and so forth, and there are more, I think, scientists and less money. So so what this means is that you know, there's more and more time spent actually getting the grants and so forth. So I think what would actually be more effective than scientists trying to spend all that additional time, and it's impressive that you spent all that time, by the way, is that you need these communications professionals becoming more and more important who can come in between media and science. So that is science journalists who come in between and can support this process, because we live in a specialized society. And so by doing that, I think it would be a little bit more effective than trying to ask the scientists, in addition to writing all their articles, to also know exactly how to communicate it. I think it can be a bit too much at times. And the problem is also that sometimes, you know, especially if one sentence is taken from an article, then of course it's taken out of context. And so that's why translating science directly into media usually doesn't work very well. And that's why I think the type of background you talked about, that's more effective, and the relation with the journal, that's more effective, but that does take a lot of time. And here I think there's an interesting role for the communications, science communications as a profession to really help this process. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I open the floor to the round of question, I also like to check if Tipakson, do you have any further insight to add to what have been said so far?
I think we have one question from the chat box, if I may respond to that. I think from Kun Apichai, he asked, if we wish to make a difference on the issues we are trying to advocate them, how can the researchers plus the media get the message across to the political leaders among the Mekong countries? So if I would respond to this, I think I agree with Dr. Pishamon about building trust together among researcher, policymaker, and the media in the long term. So I think this is very important to bridge the gap that existing at the community level when there are problems happening on the ground. A lot of time, for example, I would like to give an example shortly about when I used to work in Bungkan province, one of the Mekong riverine community in the northeast Thailand. I studied about the riverbank garden and the community rules, how to use the land, and how to, they have the rules how to use the riverbank area. So I learned that the chemical fertilizer and also the pesticide was a very big concern for the riverbank gardeners and the community as well. Back at the time, I was working with media from Thai PBS, and I was in a position under the Department of Environmental Equality Promotion of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. So I learned that the pesticide and chemical fertilizer was very big issue, but it was not communicated properly among, I don't mean to say properly, I would say formally, because it's also related to the local public primary school in the community. And so back at the time, in the position working with the media as well, I found that this was the gap of there was no mediator to help facilitate the coordination to address the issue and finding the solution together to help solve the problem that community are facing. So I then organized a public hearing with the district agricultural office and sub-district administrative organization together with the village head and also the riverbank gardeners. So all come together in a more like formal way. And so it was an opportunity for the riverbank gardeners who were allocated the riverbank land to plant the vegetables, as well as the representative from the local primary school to come and hear about the problems about using the chemical fertilizer and pesticide, because the pesticide is also contaminated in the air, and it was blown into the local primary school where kids are there and they were affected, as well as the community members who have the houses nearby the river garden area also affected, like they have respiratory problem and rashes. So that was the opportunity to bridge the gap and to address that not just only the villagers have to come together to solve the problem by increasing the penalty of who violated the community rules that have been created for many years, and also to address this problem to the local authority who have some certain level of power to help solve the issue, and they should be acknowledged as well. So this is the opportunity to bring many people to come together and solve the problem. So finally, that public hearing was conclude by increase the penalty of using chemical, like they prohibit using the chemical fertilizer, as well as renting out the land to outsiders, because the problem was also the local primary school rented out the land to outsider, and then the outsider subcontracted with the tomato company, and then they plant the tomato and use a lot of pesticide and chemical fertilizer. That was the conclusion. So I just wanted to give an example and pointed out that the researcher can, when there is the findings, I think the researcher and the media can work together across the level, and also like bring together the policy making person to involve to address the issue and find a solution together. Thank you
for sharing this experience with us. And I think Dr. Pechamon has a few input into this also.
30 seconds.
Yes.
I just wanted to acknowledge the comment and question asked by our Cambodian colleague, because I don't think we directly addressed what you had asked.
Thank you. I was going to ask that actually.
Okay.
But please do, yes. I just want to raise that we haven't answered that question, but yeah.
Yes, no, it's a really good question, and it's a very difficult one to answer, because I for one, am not a journalist, but as a researcher, I certainly share your I guess frustrations when it comes to trying to engage with government and getting data from governments as well. I think on the one hand, to be fair, sometimes the data doesn't exist. On the other hand, sometimes the data, they don't want to give it to you for various reasons. And I find that if it's the latter kind of scenario, then it does help if you go and then speak to a range of other stakeholders, and that then prompts interest, on the part of the government, whatever ministry or department is, implicated, to then provide a response. So I think, again, it's hard for me to say what would work, because I find that it is context dependent, in the sense that it depends on the country, it depends on the ministry you're engaging with as well. And it also depends on the extent to which the story you're working on is going to have a reputational impact on said government agency. And so this is where I think journalists and scientists and civil society more generally can actually work together very constructively in order to not just, contribute to the production of a story, but in fact to building broader awareness about the issue at hand, and galvanizing public interest in the story as well in light of that. Did anyone else want to comment or?
No, I do think it's an interesting point, and how to, and I think the credibility issue is also that if governments are not providing the data and the evidence, then of course they're lowering their own credibility. So as you say, I think it's a very interesting example of where civil society and researchers and even private sector as well can collaborate, because without the evidence and the data, of course, then we're just grasping in the dark. So thanks.
Thank you. And I think I'd like to move on to the next round of question, if it's okay, because I think our participant has been very patient. So please ask your question.
Hello, my name is Thanh. I'm from Vietnam, a researcher from Vietnam, and also young representative of SSC member. I'm so happy today to be here and listen a lot of question and good discussion. So my question about the topic media for research and policy making is I have some concern, because yesterday when I attended a seminar, one professor from Vietnam also raised an issue of, even with the evidence-based well research and well presented to finding with the research finding, And with the good dialogue, direct dialogue with the government, the researcher cannot assume that the policymaker or the government sector will accept it, even with the good evidence base. And I'm from the government sector, I understand that. And also, it's also my impression that many issues that raised by the media, by the journalists, is not new. It's not, the government don't know about that. They know very well. And only that's for some political issues, it also depends on the political will or policy agenda of the state, of whatever that trade-off, the whatever environmental issue for economic growth or for priority of economic development. So that is the one thing. And the second thing is, for me, I see the role of the media is a great impact, and they still play a very important role for policy impact, that to give, not really to inform about the issue, but to give some pressure, social pressure, to make the government interest or pay attention to address more the issue. So it's still very important, the role of the media. But my question is how to address and what the strategy from both research, academic, and media sector, what kind of strategy that really convince or influence the policy making process, and also convince to the policy agenda? That is the problem. And I would learn from all of the senior and very experienced researchers here, and how to make our research really impact for the policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. And before we turn to the panelists for answer, because just to be aware of time, we have about like 10 minutes. So in case you would like to have another question, please do so. I see two hands, one there and one at the back. And then also one from Borapat. So 3 more questions, and then I will turn it over back to the panelists.
Hello, Tess. Good afternoon. I'm Dwight from the Australian Embassy. I'm actually looking at it more on the practical side, because the discussions this morning and this afternoon has emphasized the value of knowledge co-creation, information sharing, stakeholder engagement. But I guess the question goes to our panelists and maybe to our journalist friends. What specific or what concrete initiatives, products, or mechanisms would you like to suggest to development agencies and even to governments, and even to, we've emphasized earlier the importance of private sector, would you want us to invest on in order to facilitate building trust, providing space to a dialogue between media and researchers? What concrete actions do you want us to work on? Because all these are conceptual, building trust, information sharing, but how do we operationalize this in a practical sense?
Thank you. Excellent question. I think one question at the back also. Near the translation booth.
Hello, everyone. My name is My Le, and I'm also a journalist from Vietnam. First of all, thank you, everyone, for making this happen, giving us a chance for us journalists to step into your world and learn from you. I have a very short and basic question, and surprisingly, it came to me after listening to you. That what is your definition of media?
Very good question.
I believe that we building the collaboration with researcher, policymaker, and journalists is a very good starting point. But I strongly believe that for the near future, we should extend the definition of media, and we involve like artists or the local people of your research area, because they can also be the communicators of your message.
Thank you. Excellent question. And one last one from Borapat.
Yeah, hi, I'm Boripat. I'm from the SUMERNET Youth Network. My question is, from observing the news, I often notice that for specific issues, related to like water issues or climate or even energy, oftentimes I notice that the same experts are interviewed over and over again. And so I was wondering from the perspective of the media and also, but also from the perspective of like the research community, do you see this as an issue? And if you do see it as an issue, what can be done and how can we overcome this issue?
Thank you. So we have 4 excellent questions, and also just to remind the panelists that we do have like 5 minutes. So I don't think we have the time to answer every questions in detail, but at least we can try to get some insights on to these 4 excellent questions. I think Dr. Singh is ready to go, so please do.
First of all, I would like to respond to your question at why those academic come up with the evidence-based finding, and they did not succeed to get the policymaker to accept your recommendation. You know why? Because you engage them almost at the end of the process. Why they should worry about your findings if they are not involved in the first place to start with what are the issues to be examined, to discuss. So they don't want to accept it because there's certain reason. But the second reason is they don't take much serious, because the media have to play a very important role to create the pressure on the government. If there's something to discuss, if you raise the issue in the media, the politicians are very responsive to this. And the better that you make this message cross the wider, the better you got a chance to get the acceptance. So your first question is still very much what I mentioned about linear innovation. That where you think that you have something to offer, and then you quite disappointed why they don't get it. This is the reason. The second one, your question is where do you put the media? For my opinion, we choose to talk about the triple helix linkages. First represent the academic, government, and business. And recently they produced, we replaced with that means that to include the civil society. So with the involvement of civil society, you make this kind of innovation more democratized, to make more open, to be inclusive. And that's what the role of the media is, to really make this kind of process is more open and spread to the audience, and to make this more influential on the policymaker. That's why I think that I will consider you guys as in the civic society pillar. So that's my my quick response to.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Other panelists, we still have 2 other questions.
Yeah, the issue of the fact that the same experts are interviewed, it's an interesting one, because I've seen this in a number of cases, and I think the only real way I can think of to deal with it is competition, that the other media outlets would have to ask other experts, because there's a mutual advantage when an expert and an outlet develop a relation, and that has a certain value. Of course, it's also silencing the other voices, which is important in science, just like it is with most issues. In terms of how to get governments to listen, I'm not sure about a direct answer to that, but one thing that's very important is to, if it's possible, to separate policy and politics, because if there's not a reasonable separation, it's hard to be effective, because politics should be about issues related to distribution and what is prioritized, but policy should be oriented towards implementing things well. So if this separation can be achieved, that's usually a better solution, but that's a big thing to ask in some countries, depending on their form of government. So anyway.
Thank you.
Maybe go online.
Yes, I was going to suggest that before we answer the second question, which is exactly what do you want the funders to do? Maybe can I turn quickly to Tipason, if you have any answers to the 4 questions that we just asked.
Maybe I just pick one regarding the definition of media from the journalists that ask. So I think nowadays anyone can basically report the stories from what they see. But I think the important thing is the credibility of reporting. So it still need to be checked if the information is supported by the evidence on the ground, as well as if there are scientific or research data or findings that can support this, that would be helpful and powerful to report the story that's happening on the ground. So I would just add that in short. Thank you.
To answer Australian Embassy.
I'm going to be so tempted to actually try and do everything at once. I just wanted to say we need a broader understanding of what policy means. I don't think policy is only what governments do. It's also what businesses do. It's also what NGOs do. It's also what donor organizations engage in. So when we talk about policy impact, it shouldn't just be about trying to influence the policies of governments. It should be influencing the policies of all stakeholders that are involved in the issue that you're working on. At the same time, with respect to the question about the media, I think the definition of the media can be broadened, but I think the definition of what makes a journalist needs to remain the same. I think we need to acknowledge the specific skill sets that journalists have, and at the same time that you might have not terribly good quality media, but oftentimes, even in instances where you have state-owned media outlets, the journalists who work in those outlets may well have very different opinions and may well be working in their own right to try and change things from within as well. So in that sense, I think there are professional ethics that can't be changed, and journalists for that reason need to be defined in very clear terms. As for the question about what more can be done by donors, it's a laundry list. But look, I think there are three that stand out to me. Firstly, I think it would be great to see donor organizations work more with regional and local media to really amplify local voices, and especially outlets that do not publish in English, and to make those much more widely acknowledged and used in research, but also in policy, as well as in other media outlets in other parts of the world. Second one would be to bring researchers and media professionals face to face. You know, it may be through more of these fora, it may be through other events. I'm thinking here speed dating, but that might not be the best example. And then finally, I think funding media bureaus. I hear a lot from editors as well as from journalists who want to do good investigative research pieces, that it's very hard to find funding. And as a result, it's very hard to carve out time to be doing that in-depth research. And so, you know, I've been talking to, again, colleagues at big media outlets who say that, look, if you can provide us with some funding, we can actually collaborate with you and we can do collaborative pieces that are strategically placed in our outlets. And I think if there can be more of that, that would be very fruitful, and it would actually offer new pathways for research to be done and for them to be disseminated as well. And then finally, on the question of certain interviews getting questioned over and over again, I think that's absolutely an issue. And I think the colleague online has made the point that women, marginalized individuals are the ones that are not being represented enough in current media interviews and so forth. So I think we need to work together more on that to ensure that when you receive an interview request, if you can't answer it, if it's not in your area of expertise, you send it to someone who is. As researchers, as scientists, we shouldn't be trying to answer everything. We should instead be respecting the expertise of others and, you know, opening doors for others as well. So on that note, I agree it's an issue, and I think it's a collective responsibility that we all need to address. But if I may, on that note, I'd like to really acknowledge the work that journalists do, especially environmental journalists, and the threats that they face. The 2nd of November was End Impunity Day for crimes against journalists. So if we can give a round of applause to all of our colleagues in the room who are working on the front lines and reporting on these issues, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And also I would like to thank all the panelists for a very insightful panel and all the great and excellent suggestions and tips and strategies that you have shared with everyone here and also everyone online. With that, I also would like to thank them again for sharing all of these insight with all of us today. With that, I like to return the program back to the MC. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Another round of applause, please, for our final panelists of the day. We'll give them a chance to get back to their seats. And fantastic. Thank you so much, Bhakti. Okay, so we are coming into the final steps of the forum today. So with that, we have some key takeaways from the forum that we'd like to share with you, and I'll be doing these together with Sushmita.
You, Hermes, and thanks all of you to be here still and engaging with all of us. I think the last session was extremely useful and very interesting. I think we all have several questions and several things that we are talking about. And I'm now going to be trying to talk about a few takeaways that has happened in the last half a day, almost 5 hours that we've kind of spent talking, hearing, learning from each other. And it's not easy to put those takeaways into a very short 10-minute session that we are going to be speaking to. But we did have, this was the first time we were trying to work with illustrators. So on the back end, we had illustrators who were quietly illustrating some of those points that came across and some of the things that we sat together and tried to put together as the major aspects that were showing up or were coming up in the discussions when that happened through the day. And they've tried to put some of those points here. They are not all, they're not perfect. We will be working further with them to strengthen some of these points again. But they are up on the screens as you would see it. So in the morning, we did start off talking about what is the status of what is Nexus knowledge look like? Where do we stand with all of that? And clearly some of the key aspects that were emerging from that is that we are operating in a scenario where uncertainties are becoming more and more deeper, more and more difficult to talk about, forecast about, and in that context, maybe we have to think about planning better. And in order to be planning better, we need to talk about these intersections and interconnections between the different resources. And that's one of the key aspects that several of our panelists also raised about the whole point around uncertainty and the need to plan, and possibly Nexus is one approach that can help us plan for this. It may not be the best approach. We are talking about integrated water resource management. Is Nexus and IWRM similar, or is it taking one more step further? There were aspects we talked about within that, where how do we include community knowledge? How do we bring in local situated knowledge to bear upon some of these uncertainties to help us plan better? Because so far, when we have looked at water governance, the focus has been top-down. It is mostly vertical, and it is mostly looking at some policymakers, some decision makers on the top making those decisions for the entire, for not just the resource, but for communities and for users. And in that context, how do we build, or how do we break those power hierarchies to start engaging with communities, bringing them to bear upon these discussions? So, and that's where there's a need to also build on synergies, but also to acknowledge that there are these differences in power that needs to be also highlighted, and how that can be done. So that was one more point that our illustrators have put together. And going on from that point is this whole aspect of community-led approaches. They do not, I mean, we've been saying Nexus is an approach, Nexus thinking has been talked about, but I think where we have probably not succeeded is, where do we take it from here? From thinking to action. And that's what is missing, and that's what needs to be worked upon. That's what a lot of you probably are also doing. Some of the SUMERNET research projects have really looked at some of these at a very local level. But there is a need to connect the local to the national and the regional, and that will need more time and more energies to see how we can connect all these different dots. It's not just connecting the resources, but also these skills as we go forward. So that was another thing that showed up. The other aspect that illustrators have highlighted here is about information sharing, data and transparency and accessibility, where we're talking about how can data be, and this came out in several of the sessions actually again and again, that we do not have enough data to make some of these decisions. And it's not just the policymaker not having enough data. On the ground, maybe there's not enough data. There's data on the ground which is not feeding into policy processes. So how do we build all of these different communication channels so that this data is more open and transparent and can be used and accessed to make those decisions? And those are some of the key points that I'll leave you with. I'm sure a lot of you would be thinking of more things that are coming out of it. And if any one of you want to speak up of things that are missing, I'm saying this is not exhaustive, but this is just a few of them that we tried to capture. So the floor is open. If any one of you want to share anything more, you're most welcome to do that.
Everyone maybe need a coffee.
We'll soon go for a coffee break.
You go first. I want to go, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, I would like to share some point also for takeaway that I listened for today meetings since yesterday until now. One thing that I think from researcher side, I agree with Dr. Singh at the panel discussion about try to engage, media or policy since the beginning step. And I have successful story in Myanmar to do this already. We take media on board, we take policy on board with us in the beginning stage. First time we have no idea, but when I put them on the field 15 days together, we come back, okay, I know what you want, in example. And this is also maybe linked to the donor that you mentioned. I really want to address if the donor also try to emphasize more, to allow, let's say allow researcher, allow the implementer to have more time to engage policy maker or media in the beginning stage, or put into the criteria that you should consider this, in the beginning. Show me evidence. How did you do? In example, this is going to be held already to connect them. Secondly, I think we talk about the policy, change policy, decision maker. We talk about research, information, but I don't see much we talk about the process. The policy maker make decision is not individual person to make decision. They have a process. They have a procedure. And do you know timing? Do you know who is doing this process? Researcher? No, we don't care. We just do our project. We have information. Okay, give you take it. No, it's not never work. What I experienced. If you want to do the research to influence policy, first thing, rather than concern on your research, I would ask the team to consider what is a planning process on policy. And what is our timeline? If it doesn't meet, it's very late chance to influence, so that's why we need to try to back to the synergy. But to do the synergy, you need to know the process. So that's why I would like to emphasize the researcher also, please concern about a process of the planning of the policy making process. So that's gonna help you a lot to insert your information, because it needs time, it needs to build trust, it needs to build relationship. We know all that. So how to make things effectively, how to coordinate, how to share the information, this is our kind of enabling factor. But that is 2 points that I would like to highlight. So any oh now okay. Yeah.
Thanks. I just kind of, as we're getting to the close, I just want to say it's been quite a stimulating 2 days. A lot of really great conversations yesterday around the research to the policy side, and particularly today then the policy to the media and the communication side. Each of them are individually critically important. The work that we're doing from an SEI point of view, I work with SEI for those who don't know. We are a research to policy organization, but we're not a purely academic research institute. And I think we have to look at why we're doing what we're doing. There's a huge problem out there. There's an urgency to try and solve all these problems. We've got to, start thinking, how do we get this research into the right hands to help make decisions? When we talk about the media, we've got to be smart enough when we go to the media that we know the exact audience we want first. because everybody's an audience for media. You want everybody to get something out of it, but we want you to get to the right people at the right time with very specific information so that they can make decisions. So it's important, as you just said, we need to have the media on board the research from the start. We need to have the policymakers on board the research from the start. We can't be asking questions in our ivory tower of researchers thinking, oh, well, what do we do to solve this problem, you know, and then say, here, take that. Nobody's going to take it. We need to make sure that we've thought through the process with the stakeholders, the community, all the way up to the policy decision makers, including a lot of the time now the private sector, to realize what is the real problem, because the problem from my perspective is very different than the problem from your perspective. And if we don't put those together, we're not going to get the solution that will solve the problem. And we're never going to have the perfect solution. And I get very kind of tired of listening all these last couple of years. We need new, innovative ways of doing things. We have a crisis. We have lots of solutions. We have ways of using them to solve a lot of problems for a lot of people, and getting people on board, changing the perceptions about science are in this ivory tower and saying, look, hey, these guys have solutions. We can work with them. We can reduce the pressures a bit, and then maybe we can do some innovative thinking. But I think we need to always come together. You've got to be challenging us as the media as to, you know, the question earlier, why there's some people up there always talking in the media. It's partly because some people are confident. It's partly because the media challenge when somebody says a comment and they go, oh, it was 0.2% out wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. And the researchers sometimes don't feel confident putting their research out there. We've got to break those barriers. We've got to work supportively together to say, look, this guy or this girl or this person has a really good point. Let's promote that. And I think part of the problem with media as well, and no offense to anybody in the media, we're not Donald Trump and fake media here, but there's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of attack. What's wrong with this person? What's wrong with this? As opposed to what's good about this? How can we use this? How can we integrate that into our thinking and planning? And we've got to make sure that the media, you know, if you talk to general people out there, they're tired of hearing about climate change because it's so big, they don't know what to do. And they want to just hide away from it because they're afraid. We've got to use the media to show that there is a way out of it, that there is a solution, and that working together, we can actually make that happen. So I think I found a lot of great ideas today and yesterday about some of the solutions, some of the approaches to linking with policy and making sure that stakeholders from the bottom up are talking, they're being heard, they're being integrated. And I really want to encourage how all of us connect with the media. You should be on our speed dials and say, look, hey, we've got a new solution here. Can you get it out? Because we need people to hear it. Doing research for the sake of research, in my context of trying to solve problems, is not very good for us. We've got to get it out there. We've got to get people listening. So call on our media friends. You know, let's work together to find ways of doing that, and very much happy to work on that. But great days for everybody. So thanks everybody for all the inputs that you've made. I've been quite excited about it. Lots of thinking and planning to do as you go ahead, but let's keep the contacts. It's all about networking. So let's keep together. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for all of those thoughts. The key takeaways, of course, as Sushmita said, there are always more. And we've heard that the door is always open for communication. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move us into the final minutes. And I'm going to go ahead and invite Dr. Kitima Lee.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that we are resolving the online feed issue. Please bear with us as we get this sorted.
And because of the poor and the marginal group is the group that being together in different groups. So the problem is not for only one group. We have to work together. So we have to speak in the same language. So towards that, I myself is the delight and listen today is different perspective that I'm very happy that not only researchers come to join and also media and the the decision maker. So, but from my work, I was thinking that, I work for the researcher in urban area for more than 20 years, especially for the poor that is very vulnerable. But then I realized that
thấy rằng
my work is
công việc
cannot
của
solve
tôi không thể giải
without
quyết
that
được nếu
I
như
solve the
không có
problem the upstream of the water because we are dealing with the impact. If the upstream is good, the downstream and the user is also good. So I think that there are still many issues that we have to work together to solve the problem. But this is not the end. So I would like all of us to work together and try to solve the problem together. Thanks very much. Yeah.
I don't have much more to say than thank you. And there is coffee outside and time for networking. Thank you very much, everyone.